Good morning. It is March 9th. It is 9 a.m. This is the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. We are at our normal business meeting, and we will start with a roll call of commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Bogue. Here. Commissioner Gonzalez.
Here.
Commissioner Hackett.
Here.
Commissioner McGowan.
Here.
Commissioner Mesner.
Here.
Commissioner Nanjapa.
Here.
Commissioner Robbins.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have 7 out of 7 commissioners present.
Good. Good morning. Good to see everybody. Everybody's had a good week. We will start through an aggressive agenda. We start with commissioner comments. Do any commissioners have comments amongst ourselves? Let's get us started. All right, seeing no initial comments, that's fine. If we have comments as we roll through the meeting, please feel free to speak up or raise your hand. We will now turn to general public comment. We had a number of folks sign up for public comment. Some folks are signed up for general public comment, and then some folks have signed up specifically on a couple of business matters before us. We will call upon the folks that signed up for general public comment first, and we will start with Raymond Lucas, followed by Brad Tidd.
And
Go ahead.
Sure, I was just going to note that Mr. Lucas actually has elected to speak tomorrow on a matter that's before the commission tomorrow. So our first speaker would be Mr. Tidd. I'm not finding him currently in the attendees. So Mr. Tidd, if you are here and could raise your hand, we will get you in.
And then we can also remind everybody that everybody's got 3 minutes, and we've got a timer on the screen. We also would note other folks that signed up for general public comment, or at least we think they did, is Patrick Purcell and Darlon Shang, Ed Ingve, Holly Hill, and Kirby Wen. So if any of those folks want to raise their hand, we can recognize them and bring them to the panel.
Mr. Chair, we do have Darlon Shang, who's in the meeting, and we can bring that individual in.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you and we can see you. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Darlon Chang, speaking as a concerned resident at 6876 Juniper Court, Nevada. Based on my personal experiences as a nearly 16-year veteran of the oil and gas industry, I'm here to speak on how my impression is that the COGCC is not prioritizing public health, safety, welfare, and the environment as mandated by law 3 years ago when it comes to rules and decisions on drilling, fracking, and plugging oil and gas wells. As a mechanical engineering researcher, I worked more than a decade and a half for ExxonMobil with the vision of gas as a bridge fuel to a zero-emission future, and I quit in disgust over that vision being destroyed by ExxonMobil, doubling down on shale gas from hydraulic fracturing. My colleagues and I were well aware that gas wells and infrastructure leak methane, which is more than 80 times more potent in global warming impact than carbon dioxide over 20 years. Leaking just 3% of the gas throughout the infrastructure makes using gas for energy as bad as coal and making the climate crisis worse. My personal experience is that it takes thousands of hydraulically fractured shale gas wells to equal the lifetime production of a single conventional well. So shale gas wells make methane leakage worse and require much higher prices than now to be profitable. Through my decade and a half in the oil and gas industry, I saw wild price spikes from less than $40 a barrel for oil to $147. And $2 per million BTU for gas to $20. In the industry, it's well known that volatile price spikes of 10 times more are driven by the fact that the easiest and cheapest oil and gas have already been extracted. The so-called unconventional oil and gas require more expensive extraction, such as hydraulic fracturing. Unlike other industries where products are expected to improve and get cheaper over time, the oil and gas industry needs their products of declining quality to get more expensive over time to keep ever more costly extraction profitable. It's well past time for the COGCC to take off the kid gloves. I was one of the engineers tasked with stopping the BP Deepwater Horizon oil spill more than a decade ago, and I saw the consequences of regulatory capture. Please do not make the same mistake of getting cozy with the industry and caving to arguments that it is too expensive to conduct operations safely and minimize environmental impact. I learned from the Deepwater Horizon spill that it is far more costly to clean up a mess after the fact than to prevent it in the first place. I learned from the Deepwater, my friend and his family lost their home to the Marshall Fire, and they stayed at my home over New Year's weekend to get back on their feet. They're impressed that there are no gas appliances in my all-electric home. My 13-year-old daughter was an infant when Hurricane Ike knocked out power to the Houston area, and she was not yet 10 years old when Hurricane Harvey dumped 48 inches of rain on the Houston area in less than a week. For her sake and the future of her generation, the oil and gas industry must transition to a clean energy industry this decade, and the COGCC must facilitate that transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us this morning and for presenting. Ms. Larson,
Chair.
go ahead.
Yes. Next up, we have Mr. Ed Ingve.
Looks like we're up. Is that everything okay?
We can see you and we can hear you. Yes.
Okay. Well, now for something completely different. Last month I came to you and I testified that the policies that you had already adopted or were considering at the time would contribute to $4 to $5 gasoline prices. How wrong I was. We got that now. Since the Democrats passed Senate Bill 181, the foundation for the destruction of the oil and gas production in Colorado was queued up, and the COGCC has implemented the plan. The investment climate created has led to at least 200,000 barrels a day of less production from Colorado than could have been being produced right now. The impacts on gas production is similar. That in turn has benefited the Putins of the world and has perpetuated evil. Democrats and COGCC, you have blood on your hands. I guess this should have been expected when one tries to regulate versus foster. You can't apply these things and these policies in a vacuum. You got to consider unintended consequences. It's time to get serious. The college professor gives you an A for your internship. You get a gold ribbon for your high school science fair. Now let's start living in the real world. Let's look at the impact of the disadvantaged community. It is overwhelming. People now have to make real choices about money for gasoline and heat, or food and shelter, or college education. Thank you, Democrats. From the start, this commission has never been balanced. You are populated completely from the environmentally sympathetic community. You were in the minority of Colorado voters when it came to Proposition 112. I'm sure that all these commission members supported it, and even likely some of you even wrote it. How do we conclude that you represent the population of Colorado when you don't? I call for this commission to delay implementing any rule that you have recently adapted that directly harms Colorado oil and gas production. Let's return to sanity. The silly season is over. If not, let's pray that the voters of Colorado wake up, take their frustrations out on you and your allies in the Democratic Party this November. By the way, it's also time for COGA and API to get some backbone and speak out also. Quit being cowards. Common people are more important than your ESG scores. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Larson, who do we have next?
Next up, we have Holly Hill.
Good morning, commissioners. Just 2 seconds to get my statement up. I am here today on behalf of Curis Peons LLC. We wish to make a brief statement today about the report on the Biological Resources Working Group that you will be hearing about a little bit later. Curis very much appreciates being included in this working group, and while we agree with some of the topics being introduced today, we do have several concerns we wish to highlight for the commission. First, Curis does not agree to the proposed working definition, nor do we agree to all of the recommendations presented in the report. Second, we believe the scope of the report goes beyond the intent of the Biological Resources Working Group mission, which was created as a result of the 2020 mission change rulemaking to evaluate sources of information about biological resources that could be integrated into assisting staff in recommendations on permits. Several of the recommendations in the report lay out procedural processes that should be vetted fully in a stakeholder rulemaking process, including potential data sources for biological resources. Next, CARES believes that the COGCC cannot effectively regulate biological resources without a CPW-like agency that has been granted statutory authority to partner with COGCC in permitting recommendations. And lastly, and most important, it would appear that local governments were only recently looped into the discussion, and we feel that their input would have been vital and valuable from the outset. CARES wishes to file red line comments that we provided to the broader Biological Resources Working Group to be included in the record on this topic. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Hill, for the comments. We'll be hearing about the report here a little later today, as you noted. Ms. Larson?
Next up, we have Kirby Nguyen.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I just have a brief comment, and actually my comments are also about the Biological Resources Work Group report that you'll be hearing about later today. We at Garfield County were asked to provide a last minute review and provide comment suggestions, which we did do here in the last few days. I'd just like to mention that the 1200 series statement of basis and purpose that was sort of the foundation for the work group being created. It recommended that select local governments be included in the work group membership, but I just note that no local governments were included in that process. In retrospect, I guess I would have been clamoring for an invitation if I'd quite understood where the work group was headed and might have been able to provide some more proactive comments earlier in the process. Be that as may, I just wanted to state that overall, we at Garfield County, we are concerned that the report really, I don't know if failure is the right word, but it didn't consider and evaluate and report to you on the available biological data sources. That was the foundation of what the statement of basis purpose, the SBP did ask the work group to do, was to evaluate biological resources, data sources, and then report back to you, I guess, by January, and here we are in March. But anyway, the concern is not so much that they didn't actually auger into these data sets to find out if there are relevant, timely, useful, competent data sources that could be applied and should be applied to aid your commission in integrating biological resources in your permit decisions. But overall, I guess where we were left when we read the report is that we're concerned that the report, while it didn't actually look at these data sources, that didn't stop the group from then going forward and making significant recommendations for new regulation, policy, and rulemaking that in our view is premature. And in our view, to start a long-term dialogue about how to go about incorporating additional biological resources information, in our view, it's potentially more damaging to the future dialogue than useful when significant recommendations about regulations, et cetera, are provided absent very much needed baseline assessment of the foundational data that are or are not available, and also an assessment of the available expertise within your agency or partner agencies to potentially competently go about expanding the scope of biological resource consideration in your regulation and your permitting. So with that, we just ask you to at least look at the report with a grain of salt and consider for your own selves whether some of the recommendations lack necessary foundational understanding of whether there are or not competent data available to actually move forward further on the topic. So with that, I'll just leave it with that. And I appreciate your time. And again, I do appreciate the work of the work group. They did do a lot of good work, but there just was a big gap in there that I felt compelled to share with you all today.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Nguyen, for appearing before us. Ms. Larson, did we have either of the other two individuals sign up? Did they appear before us?
We did not. So Mr. Brad Tidd, Mr. Chris Kelly, Mr. Patrick Purcell, and Mandana Nakai. None of those individuals are in the meeting at the moment.
Okay. We might give them another call out a little later if they are able to appear before us. That does conclude general public comments. We're a little ahead of schedule, but do we know if the folks from APCD are available for presentation?
They are indeed.
Then I think the next matter on the agenda is an Air Pollution Control Division presentation on state implementation plans.
Give us just a moment as we bring Ms. Martland and Mr. Silverstein in. Ms. Martland, do you know if Mr. Silverstein is in the meeting at the moment?
I really hope he is, because he has the bulk of our content.
You know, Mr. Chair, I don't see him in there. I just shot him an email, so hopefully he'll be joining shortly. In the meantime, it sounds like his preference was for COGCC staff to run the presentation. I had just sent that over this morning, so I'm wondering if you might be able to open that up while we're waiting.
Give us just a moment.
Okay, why don't we do this? I could use 5 minutes to refresh my coffee cup. It sounds like we need to get everybody lined up. So let's come back at 9:25. And by then, hopefully everybody will be ready. We'll have the presentation ready to go, and we will see everybody in just a few minutes.
Mr. Silverstein is in the meeting. If he could accept my request to come in as a panelist, I think we'll be ready to go. There we go.
Hello, this is Mike, and I have joined as a panelist. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Silverstein, and good morning to you and to Ms. Martland. Your presentation is being screen shared by COGCC staff, and I believe we are good to go to hear the report.
Mike, do you want me to kick us off?
Well, sure. Go ahead. Thank you.
Well, good morning, commissioners. Thanks for having us today to provide an overview of what's going on in the state implementation plan world. Mike's going to get into a lot of detail about overview detail about how it's developed and what goes into it. And specifically, we'll talk a bit about how oil and gas operations are accounted for in the SIP, as well as strategy development. So my name is Leah Martland. I'm in the Planning and Policy Program at the Colorado Air Pollution Control Division. And Mike will introduce himself, but we're going to bounce back and forth a little bit through the slides.
And good morning. I'm Mike Silverstein with the Regional Air Quality Council, and thank you for the opportunity to present this morning and talk about the work we do at the RAC with our partners with the Air Pollution Control Division and what we're doing on developing the next state implementation plan for ozone for our region. Next slide, please. So, yeah, that's
me
you.
again. So the Air Pollution Control Division has a lot of programs in it. They're listed there in the bullet list. Specifically for SIP development, the Planning and Policy Program works very closely with the RAC in helping develop the chapters, which Mike will go into a little bit more detail, but also developing regulatory revisions that support those SIP efforts. Obviously, the SIP is our plan to attain and maintain the national ambient air quality standards. We do work closely with the other programs in the division, is particularly with rural development and focusing on how those revisions will apply and be implemented, and as well as learning from our permitting and enforcement staff as to potential strategies that we may develop. And the Air Pollution Control Division also serves as staff to the Air Quality Control Commission in proposing those regulatory revisions and co-proposing with the RAC the SIP chapters that the Commission will ultimately approve. Next slide, please.
The Regional Air Quality Council is the lead planning agency for the Denver Metro North Front Range ozone non-attainment area. So this is a graphic here of the region that the RAC has involvement in our state. Our region stretches up through Larimer and Weld counties. Actually, this map is a little dated now by a few months. All of Weld County now is in our non-attainment area. It doesn't cut off, as this graphic indicates, short of the Wyoming border. So now all of Weld County is part of our non-attainment area. And this non-attainment area stretches down through the Front Range urban area, the Denver metro area, down to the Douglas County line. And so it's quite a large area, and the governor appoints our board, a 29-member board that represents all aspects of government, the citizenry, and our economy. We have members from local governments, from state agencies, from the private sector, public interest groups, and citizens on our board. And we listed here our responsibilities. First and foremost, it's the planning efforts to help us meet air quality standards and improve climate conditions. And to get there, we conduct and coordinate extensive public education and awareness programs. We implement public and private projects that actually reduce emissions. So we're not a regulatory agency. We don't have authority to adopt rules or requirements, but we make recommendations along with the Air Division to the Air Quality Control Commission and to other aspects of government that does have that authority. But we implement measures such as vehicle electrification programs and lawn and garden equipment electrification, two examples that actually reduce emissions, and we get resources for those efforts, not from the state. We're not funded by state tax dollars. It's all through grants and contracts and donations. And what we really focus on is representing and assisting local governments in the air quality planning process. So there's a lot to know with air quality planning and implementation efforts. And we serve as a clearinghouse and an organization that coordinates local government activities in the air quality and climate front. Next slide. And I'm happy to entertain questions, throughout the presentation if any of the commissioners have questions as we move along, or we could save those to the end. It's your preference. Happy to talk through this stuff because there's a lot here. We've had a history of air quality issues in our region. These are all the federal air quality standards that we are responsible for being in compliance with. And we can see that in the past, we've had issues with the coarse particulate standard, carbon monoxide, the lead standard and nitrogen oxides. There are a few standards we haven't been in violation for, thankfully, but the good news is we've come into compliance with all of those standards over time. Ozone has been our trouble spot. Initially with the weaker standards of the past, we were in compliance with those standards, or we came into compliance quickly. And in 2008 and again in 2015, EPA lowered those standards to levels where we have not been able to show compliance or attainment yet with those air quality standards. So that's really our focus. The next click on the slide, please. That's really our focus, these final two standards for ozone from 2008 and 2015. Next slide. So there was my interesting cartoon here, so not too great, huh? But anyway, it focuses on ozone, and we'll talk about ozone here the rest of the presentation for the most part. Go ahead and click to the next slide. Thank you. So this is the data slide that basically shows the two standards, the green standard, the tougher standard of 70 parts per billion, and the less stringent standard of 75. And we have not been able to get below that 75 parts per billion standard. And we're not approaching the 70 parts per billion standard, which is really the true health-based standard. So it's usually when EPA adopts a new standard, they revoke an older standard, so you're not dealing with two. But this hasn't been the case for some very complicated legal reasons. But we have two standards. We're trying to get to both, and our plans focus on really just achieving air quality improvement to attain the federal ozone standards. And the green bar is really the goal of the Regional Air Quality Council and the state here in these next few years. Next slide. And this is just what I love this slide because it really puts it in perspective. It shows where we've sit over time with the ozone standard, and it indicates that we bounce around. We have good years and we have poor years. And this last year, 2021 was our worst ozone season we've ever had. And there's lots of factors that go into that. We had really severe meteorology, which basically trapped pollutants in our region and didn't allow for that daily or every other day kind of cleansing of our region of air pollutants. Everything stuck with us, and throughout the Western United States, everyone struggled with high ozone levels. And then it was confounded with severe wildfire smoke that also can elevate ozone concentrations in certain situations. So this shows that, how many days over the standard we were, how many days that we issued alerts for, 73 ozone action alerts. And that really is based on the meteorology that the Air Division, that's their, one of their primary roles is to forecast how we're going to do tomorrow, and based on the meteorology than the weather forecasts. And so we just had a really, really severe ozone season last year. We've had better years in previous years. We've had, tough meteorology as well, but our emission reduction strategies have made a difference. But you could see that, we have days, many days that we're out of compliance, and we need to minimize these days down to, you're allowed three a year, and at a monitoring site, the fourth value kicks you into what's called violation. And so you get 3 gimmies, and the fourth one counts. And we're far away from 3 gimmies, that's for sure. Next slide. So when we talk about the SIP is it's a document that we present to EPA that is really the story of our air quality program. So when we hear about the state implementation plan or the SIP, it's everything we give to EPA for approval or to become federally enforceable. So we have lots of things that we do locally and at the state level that are not in the SIP. So if someone were to refer to the SIP document for the air quality story, it provides really great information, but it's not everything. And we'll talk about that, the differences in a moment. But we have a job to do. Every non-attainment area has the same job, is to put together a plan that covers all of these 15 areas for what we call a severe non-attainment area, because EPA is ready to reclassify us to the next more stringent classification, and it's called severe. And it's not because our air quality is more severe than it used to be. It's just that we failed to attain air quality standards on the mandated timeframes. And if that happens, you get bumped to the next classification, the next lower or worse classification. And with that bump down or bump up, whatever you call it, it brings on more requirements. And so we've made improvements in air quality. We've reduced emissions dramatically over the years, but we're still out of compliance and we're not meeting the standards on time. So we're becoming a severe non-attainment area, and we have to include all of this in our next SIP element. So it's the all these chapters that cover all of these different topic areas, and I won't go into them today. We can talk about them if you wish. But we can see that there's just lots to pull together here. And we've done this in the past. Now we're adding some new sections because of this severe classification, starting with chapters 13 through 15. We haven't done that before. Now we have to show these additional new requirements. Plus we have to go back to these other elements and make improvements, whether it's for industrial source emission control programs or the vehicle I&M program. Contingency measures, lots of things we have to update and improve. And so we'll talk about some of those things here in a moment. Next. So as I mentioned, we've done a lot over the years, and just like your commission has, evolved over the years, and over time as standards get tougher or the legislative requirements are more strict or stringent, or the public demands more, we put more in place, and we've done that for air quality. And this is just kind of a really brief laundry list of the categories where we have, a lot of rules within each one. And so whether they're measures we've given to EPA as part of the SIP, or we implement them as state regulation, but not include them in the SIP, or we do things locally as either local measures or voluntary strategies. All of these items here, ranging from, emission standards for vehicles and gasoline and diesel fuel requirements, all the way through architectural and industrial maintenance coatings and consumer products and transportation and planning and public education and outreach. All of this, and for this commission's benefit, oil and gas. And we'll focus some of our conversation here in a moment on oil and gas. But we touch every sector of our economy because every sector is contributing those emissions that cook in those hot summer days and become ozone. And when we don't get the right meteorology, they build up over time, especially in the evening hours. And it's a diurnal cycle. They kind of go down at night when the sun goes down. That source of the chemistry of that driving force, the sun, takes a break. But then, of course, it rises the next day, every day, and that whole process starts over again. And ozone builds up in the afternoon, and if it builds up high enough, we exceed the standard. So every sector of economy, if it emits, if it burns a fuel, if you can smell a fragrance, chances are it's contributing to ozone. Next slide. So this complicated, but maybe simple at the same time graphic kind of tells a good story. We can see our emissions in the blue, light blue, and the red are going down. These are the two emissions, volatile organic compounds and nitrogen oxides, that we all emit doing all the things we do in our lives. And but over the years, this goes back to 2010, but it can go back even further, and it projects out through 22, but can project out even further again that way. We are on a downward trend in emissions. So we're doing good things in our region, but we're confounded by the upward trends, daily vehicle miles traveled. We may not drive more individually as each of us. That's kind of flat. We drive about the same every year, year after year, but we have more of us driving more those same miles. And so population increases, daily vehicle miles increase, and oil and gas production in this case on an upward trend. It has been, and with these enormous prices we're seeing for crude and natural gas, we're projecting production is gonna go up, and it will go up into the foreseeable future. Thankfully, we have programs in place that are counteracting all of these upward trends, and we're seeing emissions go down. But as you can see from the ozone values in the little orange circles, we're pretty flat. All of this, great improvement in emissions is not, moving the needle dramatically in ozone concentrations. And so that's our focus, is what else can we do for the things that we can control to get us down to 75 and then down to 70. Next slide. So let's look at these emission trends. You know, that graphic gave a really high-level summary, but this is how it's looked since 2011. With all the control programs, even with all that growth, we're projecting, you know, we are reducing emissions. It's half of what we used to emit just 10 years ago. And we'll be, you know, projecting out through 2026 fairly constant values. Now, this is a conservative assumption. We know vehicle technology is cleaner and cleaner. Old cars get off the road. The fuels are going to get cleaner. Electric vehicles are going to replace gasoline and diesel vehicles. Oil and gas controls are stronger and stronger. Industrial sources are stronger and stronger. But to be conservative, knowing that we can't really predict what will happen in 2026, some of our assumptions we're holding constant so that we can say that, yes, we know things are improving, but we're not confident, you know, at least through a strong regulatory effort, that those trends will be guaranteed. So our projections out to 2026 are pretty close to what they are today. Although, look at the numbers. We're still half of what we used to be, yet we still have fairly consistent high ozone levels. So we'll talk about that. Next slide. And these are for those volatile organic compounds, those evaporative emissions, and those products of combustion. Same story. We've cut our emissions, you know, by about a third in this sector from 2011 to 2020, and we're holding things fairly constant in the future to 2026 again for our planning purposes, knowing that we need to get reductions so that since we're not attaining in 2020, we got to do better, and we have to reduce emissions even further in the coming years. Next slide. And we labeled these draft because, you know, they're not final numbers. We're in the process of quality assuring our inventories and making adjustments and taking public comment and getting input on what those emissions should be, because it's a really, really hard exercise in developing these inventories. And so I'll turn it over to Leah, who's expert in this area, and she'll take it away for the next number of slides.
Oh, I don't know that I would be an expert on this one. I think you're going to have to help me with some of the oil and gas inventory. So for oil and gas specifically, we look at point sources and area sources, and the condensate tanks are split out somewhat because of the way that we've developed our calculation methodology over time. It was 2016, 2017, really gathering a lot of good information from a number of industry to help us make our calculation for tanks more precise, considering the various stages of separation. So those are the groups that we look at. We look at what's reported. For the area sources, we're looking at EPA's National Emissions Inventory data, and then the projections that Mike mentioned to look into forward years using the numbers that we have developed. Did I miss something you want to add to that? If not, next slide. So our emissions have gone down a lot, particularly for VOCs, and that relates a lot to the tank control strategies. NOx remains a little more constant, and we continue to look at the NOx emission opportunities in this sector. Mike didn't mention it quite so much, but there's, with the various monitors, depending on where they're located, VOC or NOx reductions make a bigger impact at that monitor. And historically, we focused mostly on VOCs since 2004, at least related to oil and gas, and now having to look at some additional NOx strategies as well. Next slide.
And Leah mentioned a really important thing. We didn't put up a graphic of where the monitors are. We have monitors up and down the Front Range in our urban areas and in our suburban areas and kind of in the middle of nowhere too. And all of them at one time or another can show problems with ozone, but our worst monitors tend to be at the foothills, because all of the emissions that we cause on a daily basis, they're pretty constant day to day, but the meteorology is different each day. And so if we get tough meteorology, those hot summer days, few thunderstorms, not a lot of, prevailing westerly winds that clean us out. Things build up and they kind of pack up against the front range foothills. So we can see Rocky Mountain National Park, a pristine area exceeding the ozone standard. And all of our foothills monitors are our worst monitors up and down the front range. And different emission sources can influence those monitors a little differently. So thanks.
Which just makes it, it just makes it extra challenging because there's no one size strategy that's going to solve all of our issues at the various monitors. And that's some of the things that we look at through the modeling efforts, is what strategies might be most beneficial to focus on, depending on what the impacts are to the monitors. But it just adds another layer of complexity to this effort. And this slide is just to summarize some of the greenhouse gas emissions data that we have. Greenhouse gas is not part of our ozone effort, but since the strategies that reduce greenhouse gas emissions for oil and gas also reduce ozone precursors and vice versa, it is something that we're finding co-benefits for depending on the various rulemakings. So this table is just pulling together some of the different data points from our 2021 greenhouse gas inventory report that was published, showing 2019 data and then a number of projections. So we use EPA state inventory tool for estimating greenhouse gas emissions in Colorado, except for the upstream oil and gas, where we use our more precise data because the SIT tool doesn't reflect all of our regulatory reduction efforts, doesn't reflect our better emissions calculations and estimates and reporting that we have in comparison to what EPA has been able to put into their SIT tool. So just to provide a little bit of a picture about what the greenhouse gas emissions are for oil and gas. And then out of the roadmap, the emission reductions that we need to achieve to attain our greenhouse gas goals as directed by the legislature and statute. And so we did adopt some rules on a state-only basis in December, which I'll get to in a little more detail if you'd like, that are to achieve methane reductions for the upstream and the midstream segments in the coming years to meet those initial goals. Next slide, please. So again, focusing on oil and gas, there are a number of regulations, air quality regulations that reduce emissions from various oil and gas operations. And to add to more complexity, some of it's on a state-only basis, some of it, as Mike mentioned, has been submitted to EPA as part of our SIP. So when it's submitted to EPA, they review the rules, and once approved, they become federally enforceable. In Regulation 7, I've listed the various operations and equipment that are impacted by requirements in there, and there is some overlap. We try to, in proposing revisions, to align and streamline those requirements where we can, but there are some differences. The last large SIP-related oil and gas rulemaking was to incorporate some recommendations out of EPA's Control Techniques Guideline, or CTG, that they had published going into our SIP effort. So we returned in 2017 to their commission to adopt some recommendations that built on our existing rules. Colorado has led the way in oil and gas regulatory requirements, starting with large condensate rules in 2004 and improving those and reducing applicability thresholds over the years to achieve further reductions from those operations and equipment. And to overlap one more on top of that, EPA has published new source performance standards that apply to new and modified sources that have similar requirements to what we have. In a number of cases, EPA has built their NSPS off of our rules, not exactly, but looking at what Colorado is doing and seeing what is an option and available for emission control strategies. So EPA has proposed additional new NSPS requirements that we are tracking to see how that relates to and impacts our rules, but it makes the regulatory universe a bit complex. Also for the SIP revisions, SIP regulations that are impacting oil and gas potentially are major stationary source thresholds. So Each classification establishes a major source threshold, which then requires those sources to obtain major source permits, Title V permits. And as a severe ozone non-attainment area, that threshold drops from 50 to 25. That does not become effective until we have been reclassified, and we're still waiting to see that. For the moderate, it's 100 ton. And Mike mentioned the boundary change for Northern Weld. So that is something that we're having to look at there, as that's under the 2015 ozone non-attainment area versus the 2008 ozone non-attainment area. And so we haven't had to evaluate the sources in Northern Weld for SIP purposes. And one of the things that we have to address besides EPA's control techniques guidelines is major source RACT, reasonably available control technology, which we've continued to build on over the years, and looking at additional sources under the major source thresholds, and so doing some evaluation for the sources in that Northern Weld strip and what SIP requirements we might need to include. For oil and gas sources, we have a very comprehensive program, but not all of it is in the SIP, and that is a requirement for major source and CTG RACT. Some other reductions that I mentioned with the greenhouse gas where we get co-benefits are the rules that were just adopted in December in our regulation number 22, which is a greenhouse gas focus. There's an upstream intensity program and a midstream combustion equipment program to reduce emissions from the combustion equipments in the midstream segment. Those are in development now and in the implementation phase, and we'll have some additional rulemakings to implement some elements of those programs. But we are very much looking forward to seeing what emission reductions come out of those programs as it relates to ozone in the non-attainment area. The regulation number 22 programs were adopted on a statewide basis, but obviously there's a number of oil and gas facilities in our ozone non-attainment area, and so we do expect to see some co-benefits once those programs are really kicked in and implemented. Next slide, please. Is this me? I thought this was you.
Oh, okay, I can do that. Thanks. We're fighting over slides here. So what what Leah had just mentioned is, that's a lot and it's focused on one sector, the oil and gas industry. And it is our largest VOC category and one of the largest NOx categories. So just because we have all of those measures in place doesn't mean we're done. We have to continue to look at all of our sectors for what we can do, and that counts for vehicles and fuels and industrial facilities. So this slide here basically says these are things that are in place or coming soon that we may or may not have accounted for in those inventories that we presented a few slides ago. So there are things on the way that we need to account for and maybe pull into the SIP, give those measures to EPA to become federally enforceable. And what that means is that if Colorado fails to implement strategies in its SIP, then EPA or the federal government has the responsibility for implementing those measures. And so we're very careful as to what we give to the EPA, because it's so much easier to do things at the state level, especially if you're the regulated entity, than it is to deal with EPA, who's as a national organization and may not have people and communications that we have locally. And so there are certain mandated things that go into the SIP, certain things that we hold back for good reason, but they all improve air quality. So when we look at vehicles, for example, new emission standards, they get tougher all the time. Old cars get retired, the new cleaner cars replace them. Our inspection maintenance program, that's the vehicle testing program that I know we all love so much, but every 2 years, if you're an older vehicle, 8 years or older, you got to go get an assessment. Is your vehicle properly maintained and meeting emission standards? Gasoline and diesel fuel standards, we have fairly, I would call weak gasoline standards for an ozone non-attainment areas, but that's going to change because we're severe. We have to go to what's called reformulated gasoline, and many areas of the country have been doing a summertime RFG program for 20 years, 30 years sometimes. And so we're going to join that club and have lower emitting gasolines in 2023 and beyond. And the diesel fuel standards are pretty close to as tough as they can be. There might be some room for improvement there. We have industry-focused measures, whether it's utilities and the power generation sectors with tougher emission standards, or especially the retirement of coal facilities. That's huge in controlling emissions. And then electrification and renewables, taking the place of natural gas-fired power generation. The oil and gas industry, there's a rulemaking in front of the Air Quality Commission, it seems every year now or every 6 months, dealing with one aspect or another of the oil and gas sector. And so we're looking for new ideas with the industry and with other stakeholders as what else can we do? And major source assessments. We have to look at the major sources again to say, okay, you've been assessed for controls, but what else can be done at a large industrial facility such as the Suncor refinery or the Coors brewery or the numerous other major sources out there. And now, as Leah mentioned, a major source isn't very big anymore. If you go down to 25 tons per year and 25 tons of pollution a year seems like a lot of pollution, but in the air pollution and control world, it's not, it's a small source. But now small sources are now going to be called major because of this severe classification, going from 50 tons per year down to 25 throughout most of our non-attainment area. And so again, electrification of the vehicles and of the power sector is really going to make a big difference, but that takes time. It takes time for the EVs to start replacing the gasoline and diesel vehicles. So that's longer term strategy, but it's happening and that's beginning to make a difference. So again, there's tougher permitting. Whenever you get into non-attainment and you get to a tougher classification, the permitting requirements for everybody just gets harder. So you get more sources covered, tighter control requirements, and for certain sources, if you're big enough, any increase in emission you might have has to be offset so you stay flat. Or you come in as a new source and you have to have the best control equipment you could possibly have, no matter the cost. And then anything that's left over, because nothing's perfect, you have to get it down to zero by finding emission reductions somewhere else, paying someone else to pollute less, or going to a bank where there is credits available because somebody over-controlled. So this is going to become more of a reality for our non-attainment area, which it hasn't really been in the past to this degree. And then we have the co-benefits of other efforts. We have CDOT's transportation greenhouse gas rule, which requires transportation planning to consider greenhouse gas emissions, which of course is transportation related, which then means fewer ozone precursors from vehicles over time, but it's a long-term thing. The Commission's GEM rule, the regional haze rule. This is a program to deal with visibility in our national parks and wilderness areas, but it's the same sources, power plants and large industrial facilities and cars and trucks. And you have to, under the federal requirements, improve visibility resources throughout our wonderful state. We're a pristine state and we're supposed to be pristine, especially in national parks and wilderness areas. Air quality standards are the toughest. And so we have a bunch of them, and that's why we're Colorado. So we have to further reduce emissions to comply with the federal regional haze rule over time. The oil and gas rules, most recently in 2021, they're just beginning to take effect. And so we have to learn how that's going to go and what kind of emission reductions will result. The Energy Office's Building Efficiency Task Force will be recommending to the Commission in rulemaking standards for building efficiency to use less fuel for heating and cooling, and thus resulting in fewer emissions over time. Next slide. And then what else could we do? The big letters here, other suggestions welcome. We are asking for input, and from this Commission, what can the oil and gas sector continue to contribute based on your understanding of the industry and what we can do with the industry to reduce emissions, whether it's voluntary strategies, because that's really what matters. we got to reduce emissions and we got to get there at the monitors. This SIP thing, the projections into the future, those are exercises that are very important, but they don't clean the air. They document how we're doing and how far we need to go and what needs to happen to get there. But really what matters is programs that reduce emissions and clean the air. So voluntary regulatory strategies, incentive-based measures, everything is welcome. And we're hoping to get great input from this commission and from our larger audience. But again, what else can we do out there? Engines that are used in the ONG sector, these natural gas fired engines that do the work in the field, that move the product down the line, they emit. And how can we again further reduce emissions from these large engines and the smaller engines too that are either in the field or used at gas plants or throughout the upstream and downstream sector. Non-road and mobile emissions. This is a big sector that's really not touched. Construction equipment, lawn and garden equipment. There's a adage that, hey, you mow your lawn for a half an hour and it's like driving your car to Detroit. Lawn and garden equipment are filthy, but it's a bunch of small engines in homeowners' hands or in commercial operators or in local governments for mowing golf courses and parks. They're everywhere. And when do they run? In the summertime when we have our high ozone levels. And those engines, they're controlled at the federal level if they're brand new, but over time, they, like everything else, they degrade and they're high emitting. And how do we get progress in the construction sector? Those big earth movers and tractors last forever, but many of them don't meet the newer diesel emission requirements that, say, if you go to the dealer and you get a new tractor, it's clean, but those things are out there for 30 years and those 30-year-old ones are not. So what do we do? How do we get there without a regulatory program? And how do you manage it if it is regulatory? VMT growth offsets. How do you reduce that vehicle miles traveled that drive emissions up, even though vehicles themselves are cleaner? And how do you get, whether it's planning or regulatory efforts or voluntary efforts to reduce how much we drive our cars? It's a real struggle because we love our cars. I love mine. We drive them all the time. If you go all electric, it's still not enough because there's still some residual emissions, even out to 2050, of the cars that are sold today will be on the road in the future. And so burning fuels pollutes. And if we go all electric, wonderful, that will solve a lot of problems, but not all the way. So how do we reduce how much we drive too in a way that people embrace? We do this all the time at the Regional Air Quality Council through our education and outreach programs, but we reach some people, we don't reach everybody, and people might know about it, but hey, we're busy. We're picking the kids up from school and we're shopping and we're taking vacations and driving to work and running errands. How do we skip a trip? How do we skip 2 trips a week or consolidate our trips? This is just a long-term effort, and it's been going on for 30 years and it'll go on for another 30. Architectural and industrial maintenance and consumer product standards. Everything we use emits VOC practically, whether it's, like I said, from mowing your lawn or driving your vehicles to putting on deodorant and painting the house and using solvents to clean something, or, the toilet bowl cleaner, or striping a street if you're in construction, or everything we do will emit VOCs in some manner, even if it's a low VOC formulation. So there are standards implemented in other parts of the country. We've adopted them recently, but not the highest tier. So it's not telling anyone not that they can't do something. It's the products that they use have to be lower and lower emitting over time, and that's going to be looked at. Voluntary emission reductions for oil and gas operations. This is really huge, and hopefully this commission can have some influence there. We've asked operators for years to do what they can in the summer months when they get notification of it's a high ozone day or this week is going to be potentially high ozone. And we've seen great response from many in the sector, but it probably is not enough. We have to look at what else we can do with driving vehicles left, putting off maintenance activities that might cause increased emissions, whether it's servicing a well or it's doing planning work that people are out in the field and doing experimental things, or even putting off drilling until the fall. I mean, all these things are voluntary and we're asking the operators to do it, but we need some input as to what this commission and others might think could help in enhancing these voluntary efforts. There's even a move from some that have heard about this to make those mandatory. And maybe that has to occur, maybe not. But if we can get everyone to do more and more and more, those mandatory things don't have to happen. And then contingency measures. And this is going to be big because we failed to attain the standards on time. And the federal act and with recent law court cases basically says you have to have strategies waiting in the wings to implement as soon as you don't attain again on time. And we're at jeopardy of not attaining in 2026 for that tougher ozone standard. And we have to have contingency measures that aren't implemented but are ready to go, that are draconian, that could have to be implemented if we fail to attain again. So it's really important to attain so these strategies don't kick in, but we have to develop the strategies, they have to be adopted, and they have to wait in the wings for the bad news. And we need to work hard to develop appropriate contingency measures that are tough and that, say, hey, we didn't make it again, public health is in jeopardy, these things have to happen. But let's try to avoid that by doing what we can now to never get to that implementation place. Next slide. So more conceptual strategies. This seems to be a repeat of our last slide. Did we go the wrong way or did we have two slides? Oh, okay, good. We had two slides in the wrong place. Sorry about that. So here's our timeline. And so right now we're in this planning process to develop our next state implementation plan, but we're getting close. So we're expecting the downgrade to severe from EPA any month. And then we have to, no matter what, however long it takes EPA, we have to go to our commission in the fall with a new rulemaking measure, a new SIP. And this SIP has to project out to 2024 and for this tougher standard and to 2026 for the more lenient standard and say, we're going to get to attainment. And so we got to have the measures in place. We have to have the modeling and the projections and those inventories trued up, all those details and all those chapters developed. And we're working hard on those right now. And so we're going to go to the commission in the summer, and then the commission will go through rulemaking in the fall and early winter to adopt the next state implementation plan for ozone. And then we got to get to work and implement those strategies. And we might even need a couple rounds at this. So we bite off a lot this year, and then we even come back with additional strategies next year. We don't know how this plays out, but we have a large task in front of us to develop this next plan with the right mix of control measures to get to attainment. And next slide, I think that might be it. And that's our contact information. Love any follow-up from any of the commissioners, any of the stakeholders, and happy to entertain any questions.
And I'll just add that Mike really summed it up very well. There's a lot going on related to SIP development. The Clean Air Act is rigid, and there's a lot of the elements of it that seem very administrative, but they take a lot of work, a lot of time, and a lot of effort. And so we have to address them. They have to be part of the SIP. We don't have a choice there. So developing emission reduction strategies to go into the SIP to support that also takes time. And there's a lot happening with the legislature and with other efforts. And so Mike is hit the point there too, that we don't expect this to be the end all be all for this SIP. We fully anticipate that we may be coming back to the Air Commission with additional emission reduction strategies in 2023 to achieve further reductions. The legislative directives that end in May, and we have a proposal in September. That's just not a lot of time to develop and fully engage with our stakeholders, especially considering the additional stakeholder engagement that we have been directed to do now, again, from the legislature. And it's valuable, and we want to make it meaningful, but it takes time. So this is a big effort this year. It's not the end, and we will continue to be moving forward towards attainment and achieving emission reductions. We are sensitive to the fact that modeling may demonstrate attainment, and we don't see it on the monitors. We saw that in 2020, and so that's not something that we are are not unaware may happen again. But we continue to take steps forward and we will get there. But it is an iterative process.
Thank you both very much. Tremendous amount of information has been conveyed in the slide deck and from your presentation, and we do really appreciate it. It's normally helpful to get those slides to commissioners and or to the public. So if that's doable, that would be great. Looking around at my fellow commissioners, does anyone have questions at this time? Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the presentation. It's nice to get a reminder of all the pieces that are required to put together a SIP and the various steps. So a couple questions. Can we clarify that most of the national ambient air quality standards are health-based? I know the haze is partially visibility, but is it they're mostly health-based?
Oh,
So
yes.
for ozone, it's actually two. There's the health-based and environmental-based standards, but they are the same.
Okay. And a particular interest to me as a commissioner and what I've been trying to piece together and figure out how the pieces fit together in particular are the drilling rig engines. And we've had, I think, what feels to me like complicated, difficult conversations about an electric engine versus a natural gas engine versus a diesel engine. And I think what I hear you saying is this discussion is going to be taken up as part of the next iteration, the next SIP iteration for ozone attainment. Is that correct?
So for stationary source regulations, the portable and the temporary engines are a bit challenging to address because there are some federal limitations as to what we can do with them. So it is something we are looking at as for opportunities there, but it is harder to go in and say, thou must meet this standard because they are portable engines and there are federal limitations to what we can do with those engines. It is a broader electrification discussion with industry that has been happening over actually the past several years. There's still opportunities there, but it's unlikely to be something that will be on the SIP at least for this year.
Okay.
If that answers your question.
I think so. I mean, I think you know, we constantly visit the Venn diagram of how various agencies work together and the overlap and how we're supportive of each other, but we also all have limitations as to, you know, regulatorily, what we can require. And I think that continually kind of having discussion with industry about what we can do maybe through each of our permitting processes, even on a voluntary basis with the industry to figure out how we reduce emissions to help meet these various goals that each of the agencies had, I think would be really productive for all of us. I had another question. Oh, could you explain to me how reductions for various emissions ties into the intensity rule making and how that will be measured for the oil and gas industry? And and how it's related to the SIP maybe?
Well, I will certainly try because I think it's a bit unclear as to exactly what's going to be implemented through the upstream intensity program because operators are provided the flexibility to pick the strategies that work best for their operations so as to meet that intensity that's specified, and that'll ratchet down over the years. It doesn't relate directly to the SIP because it's not, Reg 22 is not, it's not a rule we submit to EPA as part of the SIP, but the reductions that operators achieve will then be reflected on the monitors. And as those emissions go down, that's what we'll see on the monitors. But the somewhat overlap that might be is that operators have to comply with the rules that are in the SIP. So for example, controlling condensate tanks or using non-emitting pneumatics for specific operations. And so operators will have to comply with those regardless of how else they choose to meet the intensity. So there is some, you know, I don't really want to call them base requirements for what they have to do, but there are federal and state requirements that operators will have to implement as they then choose what else they do to meet the specified intensity for their facilities and operations.
Thank you. And again, thanks for the presentation. It was super helpful.
Yes, and Commissioner Gowan, on your question about electrification of rigs and other equipment in the field, that is a strategy that you can achieve nice reductions, especially for nitrogen oxides and possibly for volatile organic compounds. If we're not using natural gas, field pressure to do the work, say, in operating pneumatic devices, but instead it's compressed air, of course, you need to get that energy from somewhere, and if it can be through electrification, that's wonderful, and hopefully it's electrification that's based in renewables. So a lot of that is under discussion and getting power to each well pad and to all because well pads are just dispersed throughout the rural parts of the state, and where electricity isn't readily available. So there's just so much involved there, but it would be an excellent strategy if ultimately that could occur. But there's also, as Leah mentioned, there may be prohibitions from federal requirements for off-road engines. So a drill rig, it's diesel typically, or even natural gas, and it might be classified as a non-road or off-road engine. And then there's certain prohibitions. If California has adopted something in that sector, then we could maybe piggyback on what California's done. But you can't do something in Colorado if there's a federal, preemption out there. So it's very complicated, strong, a lot of legal analysis needs to be done, but that is being assessed.
But I thank you. And I do think that maybe the roles of various commissions, again, is to work with industry to figure out how we can implement some of those strategies voluntarily with industry. So.
And that's the best approach if they're willing and able, and there's lots of whether there's incentive or directive to get there, or face something else that you don't want to do regulatorily. That hopefully we can make some progress there.
Thank you both. Other questions? All right, I'm not seeing further questions. Thank you both for the presentation and for being with us this morning. This has been highly enlightening, and we appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, it looks like we now will move down our agenda to staff report to the Commission on Biological Resources Working Group.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be presenting along with Mr. Duranlo, our environmental manager, and AAG Mercer. So if they are not already in the panel, we need to elevate them. I see Lauren. I'm sorry, AAG Mercer.
Commissioner Nanjapa, I thank you for providing the PowerPoint. I'm going to see if Ms. Amaro is able to share her screen and run the PowerPoint for you. Ms. Amaro, I just forwarded the PowerPoint to you. Apologies for not getting that to you a little sooner.
And I just wanted to note, I know that Ms. Larson has posted the report in the commission portfolio, and Hearings Manager Larson, I did see a slight error that needed to be corrected. So I sent you an updated one, and so that's now in the portfolio. So I also want to just draw attention to anybody who had looked in the portfolio and might have downloaded it earlier today, that was just updated within the last half an hour or so. Okay, you can see the slides, and if we could just put it into slideshow mode. If it's not working, Ms. Amaro, we can, if you could minimize the notes pane perhaps, and then we can move forward. But I'm not sure why it's not going into slideshow mode. I see you pushing all the right buttons.
Ms. Amaro, I can give it a shot as well, if you give me a moment.
Thanks so much, Hearings Manager Larson. All right. I think we are in business. Thank you so much, Hearings Manager Larson, for your help. All right, so I'm Priya Nanjappa. I'm the commissioner who sits in the Wildlife and Environment seat for the commission, of course. And I've been just facilitating the work of the Biological Resources Working Group. Next slide. During our mission change rulemaking, we identified a need to address biological resources. But before that, we did have already biological resources that were noted within the Oil and Gas Conservation Act as part of amendments from SB 19181. And AAG Mercer will talk a little bit more about this, but as you can see in the text here, there is authority that is granted by the language in the Act to provide COGCC with the ability to address biological resources. Next slide. So I just want to very upfront and quickly acknowledge our working group members, which you can see listed here. We had 6 members of the sort of broader environmental community, 3 members that were representing industry, and next slide. I want to highlight the 3 members from our state regulatory agencies Mr. Dronlow representing COGCC, Mr. McGee, and Ms. Wurzbaugh representing CPW. Next slide. So as I mentioned, within the mission change rulemaking, we identified a need to consider biological resources and specifically to evaluate sources of information regarding vegetation, rare plants, topsoil, wildlife and wildlife habitat, and non-wildlife threatened and endangered species. And the reason that that was written in that way was understanding that we do have threatened and endangered wildlife, but we also have different regulatory authorities for wildlife than we do for plants and invertebrates. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. There's also considerations for ecosystems, habitat, heterogeneity, biodiversity, and invasive species management. Next slide. So you're gonna hear me pepper a lot of caveats throughout this presentation. You heard some public comments this morning, and I really appreciate the folks who provided those. I think it's certainly within their rights to voice concerns. I want to note, though, that among the working group members, we had broad and majority support for the report, and just a couple of concerns. A couple of members, one member that raised concerns and some additional concerns that were raised, as you heard in public comment earlier today. So I want to just note that the report is non-binding. It just serves to advance the discussion on this topic of biological resources. And I want to just draw to everybody's attention the Financial Assurances Working Group report. As everybody knows, we just finished our financial assurances rulemaking. And while there were some components of that report that were incorporated into the rulemaking, it wasn't a guiding document that dictated outcomes for the rulemaking. And so similarly, this report is going to be considered in the same way. So the Biological Resources Working Group, as you saw in the membership list, was composed of a very diverse group of stakeholders with differing perspectives, and not all were in agreement on all aspects of the definition or the report. But as I said, we did have broad consensus overall. Next slide. I'm going to now hand it off to AAG Mercer, who's going to talk a little bit about the legal and regulatory references.
Thank you, Commissioner Nanjapa. Good morning, commissioners. I'm Assistant Attorney General Lauren Mercer, and just wanted to sort of refresh the audience on the statutory and regulatory basis for the basis and considerations related to the work of the working group. So as Commissioner Nanjapa stated at the outset, Senate Bill 19181 amended the Commission's mission to expressly include protection of biological resources. And so before 181, biological resources were mentioned elsewhere in the Act, in the responsible party provisions and elsewhere. But here, this is the first time that protection of biological resources was expressly added to the Commission's statutory mission. And so that gives COGCC broad authority to regulate oil and gas for the consideration and protection of biological resources, which really drove the work of this working group. Next slide, please. You may remember this slide from our presentation back a month or so ago, but this is really just to illustrate the fact that biological resources and considerations related to biological resources are already incorporated into COGCC rules, and in fact have been implicated in your rules since before the mission change rulemaking. This table is a non-exhaustive list of rules that, in our view, touch on or implicate biological resources. Some of them use the actual term biological resources, while others, address things like habitat, wildlife, others, soil, invertebrates, specific terms that are really encompassed by biological resources. And as you can see from this slide, considerations of biological resources really appear throughout COGCC rules, starting in the 100 series, going through the permitting process, many of the operational requirements, of course, the environmental protection provisions, reclamation, and the like. And as you'll hear more from Mr. Duranlo shortly, the 1200 series on wildlife resources is very closely connected with considerations of biological resources. However, there are regulatory and legal reasons to think of wildlife resources and biological resources as connected and perhaps overlapping, but not necessarily the same thing. And he will say that in a much more succinct way than I have. So with that, these are, areas of the rules where a future potential rulemaking on biological resources could touch on, a number of these areas. And again, this is not an exhaustive list, it's merely illustrative. So with that, I will hand this over to Mr. Duranlo. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Attorney General Mercer. No one's ever accused me of being succinct before, so that's a good way to start. Next slide, please. And I think one more slide. Again, I am Greg Duranlo. I'm the environmental manager here at the Commission and was pleased to be part of the Biological Resources Working Group. The working group spent a good amount of time discussing the interplay between biological resources and wildlife resources, whether as a specific topic of discussion or as an undercurrent to other facets of our consideration. The interplay remained important throughout. Questions at the top of mind are questions like, are biological resources and wildlife resources distinct from one another? Is one a subset of the other? Are they or can they be defined? Are they or can they be protected? Generally, the Biological Resources Work Group agreed that biological resources and wildlife resources are not completely distinct from one another, but for a number of reasons, they do need separate and unique considerations. Also, the Biological Resources Working Group tended to agree that the biological resources encompass wildlife resources as a subset, but wildlife resources already have the benefit of a significant and functional regulatory structure. The Biological Resources Working Group agreed, as Commissioner Nanjapa will describe, that biological resources are not only definable, but consideration of a definition was a must if the Biological Resources Working Group was to make any further progress. And conversely, wildlife resources already has a definition from which impacts and protections can be evaluated and addressed. Lastly, the working group decided that in order to be protected, the COGCC and its regulated community needs to have sources of data available to rely upon, even if not enshrined in the rules as they are for wildlife resources. Next slide, please. So in the language of the SBP, as Commissioner Nanjapa showed earlier, the Commission gave us some hints as to what consideration of biological resources should encompass. The Commission told the Biological Resources Working Group to consider sources of information for vegetation, including rare plants, for topsoil, for wildlife and wildlife habitat, for non-wildlife threatened and endangered species, for ecosystems, habitat heterogeneity and biodiversity, and for invasive species management. The inclusion of wildlife and wildlife habitat indicates that wildlife resources are indeed a subset of biological resources. And the separate listing of non-wildlife threatened and endangered species indicates that wildlife resources should encompass wildlife threatened and endangered species. Next slide, please. So we're fortunate to have a specific statutory definition of wildlife. Wild vertebrates, mollusks, and crustaceans, whether alive or dead, including any part, product, egg, or offspring thereof, that exist as a species in a natural wild state in their place of origin, presently or historically, except as those species determined to be domestic animals by rules or regulation by the CPW Commission and the State Agricultural Commission. This definition is provided in the same section of statute that makes Colorado Parks and Wildlife the primary authority for wildlife and wildlife management in the state. Wildlife resources is defined in the Oil and Gas Conservation Act, and it was done so as part of the Habitat Stewardship Act of 2007. The act defines wildlife resources as fish, wildlife, and their aquatic and terrestrial habitats. And then the COGCC rules further clarify the definition of wildlife resources by including descriptions of the habitats as aquatic and terrestrial habitats used for all life stages, including reproduction, rearing of young, and foraging, and the migration corridors and seasonal ranges necessary to sustain robust wildlife populations. And finally, COGCC 100 series rules define high priority habitat as habitat areas defined by Colorado Parks and Wildlife, where measures to avoid, minimize, and mitigate adverse impacts to wildlife have been identified to protect breeding, nesting, foraging, migrating, or other uses by wildlife. These habitat areas are required by rule to be mapped and made available on the COGCC website, and the maps are updated through a formal rulemaking process. Next slide. So House Bill 07-1298 established the Habitat Stewardship Act of 2007, giving COGCC the directive to minimize adverse impacts to wildlife resources affected by oil and gas operations. In order to do so, the Habitat Stewardship Act requires the COGCC to consult with Colorado Parks and Wildlife on decisions affecting wildlife resources and to consult with Colorado Parks and Wildlife on permit-specific conditions for wildlife habitat protection. In the mission change rulemaking of 2020, the consultation and protection structure was modified based on the establishment of 3 types of high priority habitat. Proposals for oil and gas development in any of the types of high priority habitat are subject to consultation, though the most sensitive, listed in Rule 1202C, are effectively no surface occupancy areas for new oil and gas development. Other habitat areas listed in 1202D are protected based on the density of oil and gas development within the habitat, and at certain densities, additional development requires compensatory mitigation. And the third type of habitat area are not specifically called out in the text of COGCC's rules, but are mapped areas where site-specific consultation is appropriate to determine best management practices for minimizing adverse impacts to the species and habitat. In administering the Habitat Stewardship Act, COGCC and CPW adhere to the hierarchy of avoiding impacts where possible, typically through location selection, minimizing impacts, typically through best management practices and other operational or engineering considerations, and finally, mitigating those remaining impacts which can't be avoided or minimized. A good example of this would be a new location in big game habitat where the direct impact of habitat loss for the disturbed acreage is unavoidable, and the indirect impacts, while minimized by timing constraints, are still residual, and therefore the location is subject to compensatory mitigation as described in COGCC Rule 1203. Next slide, please. So much of what I've covered today, you've already heard before, and so there's some repeat information, and this slide is no exception. But it's important to emphasize that the statutory authority granted to CPW and COGCC make the regulatory structure possible for the development of a protective regime for wildlife resources. As applied, COGCC, CPW, and stakeholders to the 2008 and 2020 rulemakings were able to consider protection of wildlife resources through 3 important factors: the availability of authoritative geospatial data for the habitat boundaries, the preponderance of evidence showing impacts to the species or habitat from the encroachment of oil and gas development, and the existence of evidence-based protection strategy, including that of strict avoidance as enshrined in the no surface occupancy areas of 1202C. Next slide, please. So in summary, the recommendations that Commissioner Nanjapa will discuss shortly are to some degree constrained by the factors that I've now described. With lines of authority and structure laid out in statute and COGCC rules, The importance of protecting wildlife resources is clear. The scope is limited and narrow, and the process is well established. The statutes and regulations give us definitions that may be debated, but they certainly provide the necessary sideboards and guidance for practice or implementation. The roles for all parties are clarified for the regulator, for the regulated community, and for consultative partners such as surface owners and local governments. And outcomes of the process are not only agreed upon, but they can be measured and monitored. All this exists deliberately for wildlife resources, and the implementation of protections of wildlife resources is possible due to this structure. As discussed, the protection of biological resources, including rare plants, invertebrates, pollinators, topsoil, non-wildlife threatened and endangered species, don't enjoy the same structure and controls. So these considerations shaped our discussions and recommendations. And you'll hear about those recommendations shortly from Commissioner Nanchapa, who will start by reviewing the working definition that the Biological Resources Working Group came up with. And she will be talking about what we can do for biological resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duranlo. Next slide, please. Oh, yes, sorry, I saw that we were, yes, next slide. Go ahead and advance. As I have noted in the prior presentation and previously, I just want to again emphasize that any sort of definition that might be considered would not be finalized without a formal and noticed rulemaking. In such a rulemaking process, as we all know, stakeholders have broad opportunities for input. Staff may even consider some different issues with respect to implementation, and a definition that might come forward in a rulemaking could be quite different than what we established here. But in thinking about the work of the working group to identify data sources, I sort of approach this from the perspective of a scientific study. In order to collect data, you need to know what question you're asking. And so in order to know what data sources would be appropriate for biological resources, you need to know what is meant by biological resources. So that kind of led our discussions among the working group. And we established this working definition fairly early on in our process to help us just better identify and sort of outline what data sources we would need once we knew what we actually meant by biological resources. So this is the working definition that the working group came up with. You will see in the full report that there are a lot of footnotes and additional clarifications. Some of those footnotes that appear in the report could be incorporated into a statement of basis and purpose or into guidance documents. But again, none of this will be finalized without any sort of formal rulemaking. So with this in mind, I'll proceed into our recommendations. So next slide, please. And I realized I meant to have kind of a framing slide like we've had for the other sections of this presentation, so apologies for that. But our first aspect of the recommendations are to adopt a definition that captures the intent of SB 19-181. Again, as I said, I'm going to have a lot of caveats. As you see the first bullet there, but the second bullet under the first statement there is that this would have to be done through rulemaking. I also just wanted to note that we did not recommend any sort of timing for the rulemaking. We understand that SB 19-181 mandated certain rulemaking to occur, and this was not one of those mandated rulemakings. And so the commission will have its priority business to undertake first, perhaps, and this will be something that could be a consideration in the future. But that was the reason that the working group did not recommend a specific time frame, but we do recognize that this can't move, these recommendations could not move forward without a formal notice to rulemaking. So with respect to the definition, you've already heard a little bit from Mr. Duranlo about some of these considerations with respect to when biological resources should or should not be inclusive of wildlife resources. And a lot of that hinges on the regulatory authorities that exist in Colorado. So as both AAG Mercer and Mr. Duramo have already noted, regulation of or regulatory authorities are established in statute, and agencies with regulatory authority are established as well by law. And we do not have currently in Colorado a statutory authority that has responsibility for regulating plants or invertebrates. The exception to that is when there are federally designated threatened and endangered species, and where those federally designated threatened and endangered plants or invertebrates would be under the purview of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. When it comes to wildlife that are threatened or endangered, there is a cooperative agreement between CPW and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to manage those species. But again, that goes back to the definition of wildlife and what CPW is able to regulate by Colorado law. Next slide. So we also discussed that, similar to the wildlife provisions within our rules currently, a species list could be useful, especially when considering scenarios involving consultation. I mentioned some of this just now with respect to the statutory authorities. Other considerations also include data availability with respect to species distributions, frequency of updates to those distributions. Habitats in some cases can serve as surrogates for certain species, and so availability of habitat data can also be useful. There will be seasonal considerations for when you can maximize detection probability for certain species and when you can minimize impacts. So those will be considerations that will be important. There are certainly instances with plants, for example, where they can be detected even outside of the flowering season, and those are additional kinds of considerations that can be considered, if this would proceed to a rulemaking. But importantly, known impacts from oil and gas development and related habitat disturbance, as well as the potential to mitigate those impacts, is going to be another important consideration. As well, there may be operational considerations that would need to come into play with respect to minimizing impacts and considerations for where an oil and gas location may be sited. Again, we did not recommend a particular species list, but we just wanted to bring forward these considerations should a species list be considered in a potential future rulemaking. Next slide. So a big part of our purview was to consider data sources, but as I mentioned, we had a lot of these other considerations to take to factor in as we were considering data sources. And when it comes to data sources that are at the fine scale that is needed for considering impacts on a site-specific basis, there aren't very many Colorado-specific data sources that are out there. One that is available through the Colorado Natural Heritage Program is the Colorado Conservation Data Explorer, or CODEX. And this is something that has been developed in partnership with many collaborators as well as CPW. It includes currently the high priority habitat data layers that we also have in COGCC. It also includes plants and invertebrates. It's frequently updated and may be the most comprehensive database that operators could use for the state of Colorado. IPAC is a database that is run by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. It provides information on federal threatened and endangered species and is specifically designed for the purposes of project planning and environmental review. And it is our understanding that operators use this on federal lands already for some of their federal siting considerations. The others listed here for species distributions and occurrences are a little bit more generalized. For example, the CNHP, networks of conservation areas and potential conservation areas are places where they could serve as surrogates for important areas for biological resources in general. These data are also served up through Codex. And then the Colorado Wetland Information Center for wetlands and riparian areas provides locations of wetlands and other aquatic habitats, and again, can serve as a surrogate for priority wetland and aquatic plants or invertebrate occurrences. There are these two other sources here, the CNHP Conservation Status Handbook and Rare Plant Field Guide allow for additional information for looking at particular species conservation status and for rare plants and how to identify them and et cetera. And so those are can be important data sources as well. For soil health and for purposes of reclamation, I want to note that, and I should have mentioned this when talking about the definition, we did not specifically include topsoil in the definition, but there was agreement that topsoil in particular, is very important, especially with respect to the success of reclamation, and that there are already provisions in our 1000 series for the protection and preservation of topsoils, but those would be, continue to be important. And this particular data source here, the Natural Resource Conservation Service prime and unique farmland data, may also serve to provide additional consideration for areas that are more difficult to reclaim. In addition, there is the Colorado State Wildlife Action Plan, which the Colorado Parks and Wildlife has developed and administered with a lot of partners and in a collaborative process. That does include species of greatest conservation need that cover plants as well as insects. And so there is a list within that could be considered the species of greatest conservation need that could be considered for a species list or for additional conservation actions and measures that could help to benefit those species. And then last but not least, are site-specific biological assessments, federal environmental assessments or NEPA evaluations, and also third-party evaluations, which are already used when considering federal locations for oil and gas, federal lands for oil and gas locations on federal lands. And I just want to note that this is definitely not a non-exhaustive list. It's not a definitive list for data sources that could be consulted, but they are some useful and appropriately scaled, updated, and reviewed data sets that are available. And I want to thank some of our external collaborators who provided us some of this information, and I'll acknowledge them at the end of this presentation. Next slide. So a final recommendation was to provide potential scenarios for identifying species to avoid and associated triggers for third-party on-the-ground consultations and when those could be required. So right now in our Rule 309E2B, there is language that suggests that CPW would be consulting on currently known T&E species. They are primarily focusing on wildlife, however, because that is not, T&E plants and invertebrates are not within their jurisdictional authority. So there is the working group did consider potential processes and ways in which either the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service could be engaged or desktop reviews could be conducted using IPAC, as I mentioned in the previous slide. And then when occurrences of T&E plants or invertebrates are observed, that could potentially be a trigger for alternative location analyses or third-party on-site surveys. Again, the regulatory authorities here are very important. Whether or not there would be an ability to establish a regulatory structure for a potential future rulemaking is going to be dependent on that. We also need to weigh impacts to biological resources against other impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment and wildlife resources, of course. And there could be some potential ways that operators, because the burden of proof does lie on operators in their permit applications, that they could they could consider a potential workflow that would start with a desktop review for these species, possibly third-party on-site surveys, or possible state or federal consultations when then proceeding towards a final siting proposal determination. And then additional steps and additional BMPs could be part of that process when especially best management practices are known for these non-wildlife species that may be considered for protections. So with that, next slide. Again, I just want to acknowledge the working group members themselves. I want to also give special thanks to Mr. Duranlo, Mr. McGee, and Ms. Wurzbaugh for their participation as representatives of the state regulatory agencies, to AAG Mercer for her legal review, and for additional guidance along the way. I should also have acknowledged AAG Davenport, who provided me some thoughts and guidance on the boundaries of what the working group could and couldn't do. And as I understand, we are well within our boundaries to provide these recommendations, again, to further discussion on this topic. I want to thank Brett Ackerman, and because he was involved early in the process and provided us the names from CPW to engage in the working group. And then the folks mentioned in this list you've shown here, including some of the local government folks, I want to thank them all for their help in identifying data sources and providing additional considerations. And just want to note again that for comments that we were not able to incorporate in this report at this time, there will be many opportunities should this proceed to a rulemaking for stakeholder input and for those comments to come forward. And really want to thank everybody that was involved in this process. I want to also thank COGCC staff members, Dr. Denise Arthur and Melissa Housey, who also provided some comments on the final draft of the report as well. So with that, next slide, I will be happy to answer any questions, but thank you for the opportunity to present on the report.
Thank you, Commissioner Nanjapa, and to all of the folks that worked with you on the report. Questions? A very thorough and clear presentation results in very few questions.
That is great. That is always a good outcome. So thank you very much again for the time. Appreciate it.
All right. I believe we have now come to the part of our morning agenda that is labeled morning break. It is 11:01. Let's return at 11:11. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We now will take up a couple of enforcement default matters. The first is docket number 2007-00206. It involves Churchill Energy. And hearings manager Larson or Bogue, are we going to have an enforcement officer present here, or where are we going?
We will. Mr. Scott Schultz from the Attorney General's office will be presenting on the first matter, Churchill.
Good morning, AG Schultz.
Good morning, commissioners. Let me see if I can share my screen here. There we go. Can everyone see the the shared screen now?
We can.
Good. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Scott Schultz. I'm Assistant Attorney General representing COGCC enforcement staff in this matter. In this hearing, I'm requesting that the Commission enter order finding violation 784 against the operator Churchill Energy, Inc. So a little bit of background. I'm going to be pretty brief in this presentation, so interrupt me at any time if you have any questions. Churchill is the operator of 13 wells in Elbert, Lincoln, Prowers, and Weld counties. On September 21st, 2018, the operator passed away. COGCC staff issued 2 NOAVs to Churchill in 2020 for violations of rules 210B, 605D, and 309. In September 2021, notice and application, the first notice and application for hearing was issued for this enforcement matter. Enforcement staff asks that you find Churchill in violation of Rule 605D for failing to maintain the Stromberger Unit 2-11 well in good mechanical conditions. And this issue seems to persist to this day as well. Staff asks that you also find Churchill in violation of Rule 309, which is the current Rule 413. Staff asks that you find Churchill in violation of Rule 210B for failure to install a sign with an available emergency contact number. This is just a quick snapshot of Churchill's current financial assurance. And all this information is also in the proposed OFE in your portfolio. Enforcement staff is requesting that the Commission order the operator Churchill to return to compliance with the acting rules. Enforcement staff is requesting that the Commission order the operator Churchill to pay the penalty calculated for their violations. You can see the breakdown of the penalty calculation here. The penalty duration matrix was applied. Enforcement staff is requesting that the Commission order include requirements that if Churchill does not return to compliance or pay the penalty imposed within 35 days of transmittal of this order, that the director shall revoke Churchill's authorization to conduct oil and gas operations in Colorado and foreclose on the existing financial assurance. Enforcement staff is requesting that the Commission order include provisions that allow for the director to first, declare Churchill's wells orphaned, and 2, investigate, prevent, monitor, or mitigate adverse environmental impacts at the wells formerly operated by Churchill. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Try to keep this short and simple, as I know you have a very busy docket, and this is very similar to some of the other matters that I've appeared in front of you.
AG Schultz, quick question, noting that Churchill's owner has passed away. Did you have any other connection with Churchill or anyone else from Churchill? Have they been involved in this or not, or have they defaulted and they've gotten the appropriate notice and they're not appearing?
That's correct. A bit of an interesting kind of backstory is that essentially a friend took over operations of this. I've been in communication with him in the last year and a half since this enforcement case kind of became my responsibility. He is a retired school teacher. He has clearly indicated to me that he is not well versed in oil and gas operations. He essentially wanted to turn these over to the Orphan Well Fund. He, in my opinion, did kind of yeoman's work in trying to get them into compliance, doing some of the corrective actions. He is on the OFV. His name is Mr. Crawford. So we have been in contact with him, but he clearly does not want to continue to operate these wells anymore. And that's why we're before you in the commission. I hope that helps answer your question. So essentially we have been in contact with the quote unquote operator who really has no interest in operating these wells.
Was Mr. Crawford a part of Churchill's corporate entity, or as you mentioned, just a quote friend?
Yes, he is not, from everything that I've seen, is not part of Churchill Energy Inc. And was really just a friend that was kind of stepping in to do his best.
Okay, thank you. Other questions from commissioners? And so, Mr. Schultz, the request of the commission would be to move to approve the order finding violation. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
All right, if there's no further questions, I would look to my fellow commissioners for a motion. Commissioner Messner.
Mr. Chair, I'll move approval of the order finding violation for docket number 200700206.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Appreciate the presentation. I believe we now will have a presentation from Enforcement Officer Stephen Kirshner, and this is on Painted Pegasus Petroleum LLC 211000188. I also note, Ms. Larson, that we have 4 individuals that have signed up for public comment. Did we want to take the public comment first and then have the presentation, or vice versa?
Our standard practice has been to take public comment first and then to hear from the applicant.
Okay, we can follow standard practices. First up, we have Commissioner Steve Odoricio from Adams County. Good morning, Commissioner Odoricio. Nice to see you.
Thank you very much. I just want to check. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you and we can see you.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I appreciate you taking the time to allow us to speak on this matter. Obviously, when we have on this next case, 182 of the 189 wells existing in Adams County, we're extremely concerned. We've worked really hard in Adams County to try to raise the bar to protect health and safety when it comes to oil and gas production. So we're asking that you approve the order, the requested order, specifically that you find a violation, you revoke this operator's ability to continue operating. You require the director to take all actions necessary to define all these as orphaned wells. We're also asking that you begin immediately to inspect and prioritize based on the problems that these wells may, or from what we're hearing, are causing. Some of them are causing some potential risks to health and safety. And then also use some of that emergency response appropriation to immediately start remediating these things. Our concern is, Adams County's gone through a whole lot to raise the bar on oil and gas safety and health and safety of oil and gas production. We need to separate the good guys from the bad guys. Folks like Great Western and others have worked really well with us. And those good guys can only do so in our communities when the bad guys are held accountable. Okay, we need that accountability. And of course, right now, in many years, domestic oil and gas production is important. So please hold these folks accountable, help us protect our citizens, and let's start working at getting these wells and identify them as orphan and start addressing this issue. We need safe and healthy domestic production right now. We don't want to be relying on Russia and OPEC, and we also have worked really hard to raise the bar. So our citizens expect us to show that there's a difference between the good ones and the bad ones. Thank you.
Finding my unmute button. Ms. Larson, who's next?
Next up, we have Commissioner Pinter. However, I'm not seeing the commissioner in the meeting. I'm not sure if Mr. Dean knows whether or not Commissioner Pinter is able to participate today.
I'll reach out to her.
Thank you.
Yeah, I sent them the email letting them know to get on at like 11:25. So hopefully she'll be here soon.
And in the interim, Mr. Chair, we could hear from Mr. Moore.
That sounds great.
Very good. Good morning, Chair Robbins and commissioners. My name is Jeffrey Moore. I'm the manager of the Oil and Gas Division for the City of Aurora. Thank you for the opportunity to share my comments today on the Painted Pegasus Petroleum Enforcement hearing. This operator is also referred to as P3, and I'll use that throughout my comments. P3 has only one well in Aurora. The well was drilled in 1999 by another operator and transferred after 20 years to P3 in September of 2018. P3 produced the well for 9 months. It's been shut in since May of 2019, almost 3 years ago. The last Bradenhead test was almost 2 years ago. This well was within 2,000 feet of 2 residential building units, and the tank is within 800 feet of a residence. When I accepted the position of manager of the Oil and Gas Division 2 years ago, I began attempting contact of P3 to introduce myself, become familiar with their future plans, and notify them of our annual inspection fee. It took me over a year to contact Mr. Joseph Mastachia of P3 on November 11th, 2021. During that year, I made 36 attempts at contact by phone call, email, and text message, utilizing all the corporate contacts for P3 on the COGCC website and any other information that I could find. I have a 6-page document detailing that search history. My search included creative solutions such as using the Google Street View images of the last known physical address of P3 to locate contact information for their landlord. None of these methods proved fruitful. I was finally able to contact them through a phone number which was not listed on the COGCC website. Since November of last year, I've had no further contact with P3, even though they promised in November to call me back right away with plans for their wells. Their annual inspection fee for 2021 and 22 for Aurora remain unpaid. The single well in Aurora is concerning to us, and we also recognize that other jurisdictions such as Adams County have a much larger burden in terms of numbers of P3 wells. While I wish that P3 could be held accountable for their actions and forced to plug all their wells at their cost, my understanding is that a bankruptcy court has allowed them to abandon their oil and gas assets in Colorado. If true, I strongly support the COGCC enforcement hearing today to remove P3 as an operator in Colorado, claim their bonds, place their wells on the orphan well list, and begin plugging of the wells right away. I also urge Commission staff to verify emergency contact numbers for all operators to determine if they are correct. And finally, I applaud COGCC in its recent financial assurance rulemaking, which has strengthened the rules and financial assurance requirements for all operators, which will hopefully help to avoid situations like this in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Moore, for being with us and for presenting. We do appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Now see that we have Commissioner Pinter with us. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for the time, and I apologize for the technical difficulties. You'd think after several years of doing this, we would have sorted this out. So thank you for your patience. Just the standard 3 minutes?
We're not really timing at this point, so.
All right, well, it's lovely to see all of you. I'm Commissioner Emma Pinter from Adams County. I know you have some documents from our staff. We strongly support the ability for the state of Colorado to get access to the P3 properties to be able to make sure that we can clean them up and remediate them in a timely fashion. I have seen the documents from our staff, and I heard the comments from the city of Aurora, and I agree with the concerns that we are all facing. We want to make sure that we have the opportunity to bring these sites into a healthy state of being as quickly as possible, and would support the orphaning of these wells to allow the process to begin and make sure that we can begin the remediation as necessary. We know that there are a number of orphan sites in Adams County, and I'm calling it on my phone, so I don't want to quote the wrong number, but this is a high priority for our community. It is something that I hear from residents a great deal about, and want to make sure that we can support the state in getting access to the cleanup process as soon as possible.
Very good. Thank you very much for your presentation. The only other person that we had signed up was Mr. Dean. I don't know if he's planning on testifying as well or not.
I do believe Mr. Dean is with us, possibly.
I'm here.
Yeah, I was like, and Greg is our specialist, and he tracks all this stuff, and he has been briefing the board on a regular basis, and I will leave the technical details to his expertise.
Yes, I was just simply here to fill in any gaps that maybe the commissioners didn't touch on. First, I want to say thank you to the commission, and specifically to Mike Hickey and the orphan well staff. We've worked really close with them, involving P3 and all the orphan wells. Obviously, it's not a good day when the county's advocating for the state to orphan 182 wells in our county, which will bring our well count up to 267 and give us nearly a quarter of all the orphan wells in the state will be in Adams County's jurisdiction. This is also going to bring the total state orphan well and site count up to over 1,000. And so it's very alarming, but we think in this case, it's the right thing to do, just to get eyes on these sites. We know a lot of P3 sites are impacting environmental and public health resources, specifically from those spills that occurred, not even at the 8 specific locations in this order, but at other locations. We know that something like 96% of their wells have missing or failed pressure testing, and they've been missing since they took operatorship in 2018 of these wells. Similar to Mr. Moore in Aurora, we have rarely been able to get a hold of them. They have not paid any of our inspection fees to date. And we're hoping that this will send, we're also supportive of the order that would require any operator, any people working for P3 to come to this board if they plan to come back to the commission to work at another oil and gas company, because these violations are so egregious. And so we support the orders. Specifically, I think it's 2A through 2E and order 4. And again, just thank you guys for the opportunity to comment here. And then just finally, we also want to make sure that this doesn't happen again with similar type of operators. So that's kind of why the county was pushing so hard during the financial assurance rulemaking. We don't want to see other similar operators meet this fate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dean. Okay, with that, I believe we've gotten through the folks that signed up for public comment. So we will now hear from Enforcement Officer Kirshner.
Sure, and I want to take a moment to thank Mr. Dean. He and I communicated quite a great deal over the last few months on this case. I also want to thank Elizabeth Paraños, and apologies if I'm saying her name wrong, but she's counsel for Aurora in these matters. There was a great deal of coordination between myself and the two of them leading up to this to make sure that we were keeping everybody in the loop and making sure that the concerns of our local public officials could be heard in this matter. So with that, I'll go ahead and share my screen here. Okay, so once again, my name is Steve Kirshner. I'm one of your enforcement officers here with Commission staff. Today I'm going to be presenting a proposed order finding violation against Painted Pegasus Petroleum. As I believe Mr. Moore said, I will also occasionally refer to them as P3. So a bit of background, P3 operates a total of 195 wells. 186 of these wells are designated as producing or shut in, with the caveat that production reporting for this operator is spotty, so there may be some discrepancies there, and we're only going to know the true extent of that once we get out and look at these wells. P3 has some financial assurance, as we're laying out here. We can read them off, but they're in the order as well. The NOAVs there in this matter originated from inspections and records audits the Commission staff conducted in 2020 and 2021. The other thing I want to make sure that we keep in mind here is that you heard a little bit from some of the commissioners and Mr. Dean about some factual situations on the ground. The order before you today is limited to the facts as contained in the NOAVs. So I just want to make that clear that whatever we may have heard of from the commissioners or from any other source, the order before you today is limited solely to the facts and allegations as laid out in these NOAVs. One other important thing that I want to make sure we talk about here, and we'll talk about it more later, but just to set the stage, P3 filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy in November of 2021. Those bankruptcy proceedings are ongoing in the Southern District of Texas. Now, on January 4th of this year, the bankruptcy court granted a motion from the trustee to abandon P3's oil and gas assets in Colorado. Just want to touch on that because abandonment here has a different meaning than it would in the context of our rules. So when we hear abandonment, we may think of plugging in abandonment as contemplated by our rules in our act. In the bankruptcy context, the code allows the trustee to abandon property of the estate that's either burdensome to the estate or of inconsequential value and benefit to the estate. So what essentially that does is it kicks these assets out of the bankruptcy estate. And I'll explain a little bit more about why that's important later, but I wanted to point out that distinction between abandonment under the bankruptcy code and abandonment under our rules. Finally, just as you all probably know, the rule citations in this presentation refer to the rules prior to January 15th, 2021. I'm going to briefly run through the NOAVs in this matter. The first one was issued for violations of Rule 309, which is production reporting at the Champlain 459 Amoco 2 well. The next NOAV was issued for violations observed at the Moran well. Staff came on site at this well, and observed that the casing valve at the wellhead was venting gas to the atmosphere. Staff then attempted to contact P3 using the number listed on the sign. That call went directly to a voicemail box, and that voicemail box was full. You also heard communication difficulties referred to by some of our local public officials earlier. I should note that the casing valve issue was subsequently fixed, and that's detailed in the OFV. The next NOAV was issued for violations observed at the Juanita State 1 well. These include labeling violations for one of the tanks, failure to manage the weeds on location, and most seriously, a violation of Rule 324 Big A, which is the failure to install wildlife protection equipment, such as netting or a cover on an open top tank, which led to wildlife mortality, specifically in this instance, a bird of prey. Finally, we have 4 NOAVs issued to P3 for late MITs. We have the Crystal Hubs 1 well, the Oscarson 1 well, the UPRR Sandon N 117, and UPRR Sandon N 217 wells. So that's the sort of the factual universe that we're dealing with for this order. I want to briefly discuss the enforcement proceedings here. Staff filed for a notice on October 12th. The next day, the secretary issued a notice of hearing in this matter. That notice was served on P3 via certified US mail. Notice has been published in the relevant counties pursuant to the act. On March 1st, staff filed a proposed order finding violation with the hearing officer, and this matter was subsequently transmitted to the commission. So one of the more unique features of this case is the bankruptcy proceedings. So we're going to talk just a little bit about that. As I mentioned earlier, on November 23rd of last year, P3 filed for bankruptcy pursuant to Chapter 7 of Title 11 of the Bankruptcy Code. This was filed in the Southern District of Texas. As I discussed on December 15th, the trustee filed an emergency motion to abandon P3's oil and gas wells in Colorado. And on January 4th, the court granted that motion. So those assets have been abandoned out of the bankruptcy estate. And I want to stress that this is important for us because that means the trustee is no longer responsible for these assets. So from our point, it's legally unclear whether anyone is currently responsible for the ongoing conditions of these locations. And I want to stress that that makes it even more pertinent and important that we get these wells into the orphan well program as soon as possible. So P3 is violated or is currently in violation of rules 210B, 210D, 309, 324 Big A, 326B, 603F, and 605D. Now, given these ongoing bankruptcy proceedings, including the abandonment of the oil and gas assets, the insolvency of the operator, and on specific advice of bankruptcy counsel, the expenditure of state resources in this matter to calculate and assess a total penalty for these NOAVs is unwarranted. And I want to stress here that this decision came out of extensive discussions with our bankruptcy counsel, and we feel it's the right way to go in this instance. There's no likelihood that the state will ever recover any penalty amount from this operator. The state's best interests are most expediently served here by the prompt entry of this order and transfer of these abandoned assets into the orphan well program. So we're asking you today to approve the proposed order finding violation. That order would require the director to suspend P3's Form 10s, withhold any issuance of new permits. Obviously, there's no operator here essentially anymore, but the order would also foreclose P3's financial assurance and allow us to use those resources towards addressing whatever conditions exist at these wells. Importantly, as you heard our local public officials refer to, the order would also require any principal, majority owner, operational or general manager, or other entity who otherwise controls P3 to notify and appear before the commission if they do apply for a permit or submit a Form 9. Furthermore, the order also authorizes the directors to declare P3's wells orphaned and to use the financial assurance and orphan well program funds to plug and abandon the wells and to reclaim the locations. So with that, staff is asking you today to approve the proposed order finding violation that's in your portfolio. I want to open this up for questions, but before I do that, I also want to throw it to Scott Cuthbertson. He has some additional updates for you relating to this operator.
Thank you, Enforcement Officer Kirshner. On behalf of Director Murphy, she apologizes that she can't be here. She wanted to be, but she also felt like she needed to be to listening in on a Department of Interior rapidly developing federal orphan well program grant funding, and so asked me to present her concerns in her stead. So I appreciate the opportunity. And as Enforcement Officer Kirshner indicated, his information that he shared is in regard to the formal data in record in the order, proposed order. And Director Murphy just wanted to provide you an update to that non-compliance information that he shared. Even before COGCC received the notice of bankruptcy filing by Painted Pegasus on December 15th of last year, our field teams had begun to notice a general deterioration in the condition of the P3 locations, as some of the public commenters have also shared. The operator was not responding to corrective actions issued by our inspectors or leak reports filed by staff or the public. And throughout December and January, field staff began to be very concerned at the lack of responsiveness by the operator. On January 27th, environmental staff reported an overflowing tank and what appeared to be a pressurized active leak at a P3 well. Based on the lack of responsiveness and condition of location, it became apparent that the location had simply been abandoned without shutting in the well, which is preposterous. The COGCC orphan well program sought an emergency contract to plug and abandon the leaking well, as well as 2 other co-located wells, as well as removing the associated production equipment and remediate the impacts of the spill. On February 17th, Director Murphy notified the agents of record for Painted Pegasus that their failure to actively manage their wells constituted a direct threat to the public health and environment, and she ordered staff to immediately inspect all 195 well locations, shutting in and locking out the wells. As of this morning, we have inspected about 120 of the wells, and we expect to complete the inspections later this week. To date, we have found approximately 20 more wells that were not shut in and were simply abandoned by the operator. We have found 10 of those wells to be leaking, and all of those 10 wells we're now trying to add to the emergency contract to plug and abandon. There are some appropriation rules that that we're trying to navigate with state purchasing, but we do believe we'll be able to add those to that emergency contract. So Director Murphy just really wanted to share this additional information for the Commission's awareness and the public's awareness. I believe, as Mr. Dean indicated, Mike Hickey, our orphan well program supervisor for the East Slope, has been in close contact with Adams County specifically. And so I believe that the local government is aware of our activity. And I do think that, we've taken the appropriate action, but we also would support, just further support, or this would just give further indication to support the request for this order. And so thank you for that opportunity.
Mr. Cuthbertson, one of the Adams County commissioners ask about sort of elevating and prioritizing, et cetera. Can you just, for our edification, for folks that are listening in, sort of explain, if this were to go forward with the order and then they get into the orphan well fund, sort of the process for prioritization and how that works with other wells that may already be on the fund?
Well, we've already plugged and abandoned 3 of the wells, and we are adding the additional 10 wells that are leaking to that emergency contract. Since we have no operator who is able to do any response, these are now the highest priority. We have no one that can manage these wells. They are, even though they're currently in a state of limbo, if you enter this order, it will certainly free us up to be to have more ability to act confidently. But we have not waited for this order to act, given the condition of the wells. We have spent emergency response money to begin addressing the condition of these wells.
I think that's really helpful. Hearings Officer Kirshner, did you have anything further and follow up?
I don't, and I appreciate the factual update.
Commissioners, questions? Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Kirshner. Could you talk, I just want to make sure that I understand that we don't think it's worth our time to be a party to bankruptcy proceedings of any sort, because we feel like where we are in line isn't going to benefit us, and just to go straight to the point that we're at now. And I realize we have no control over that, but it's a little frustrating that they're allowed to just say, this stuff isn't worth anything to us, so we're going to abandon it, and now we're responsible, but we really don't have a recourse to go through to see if we can have access to any leftover assets to take care of the problem. So I think that's what I heard you say. And
Yes, I mean, I want to tread lightly here because I'm not bankruptcy counsel for the commission, but that is essentially the position we're in. The bankruptcy code obviously provides a number of protections for a debtor. It provides a number of roadblocks in the way of agencies such as ours trying to get trustees and debtors to do work like this. It was the opinion of our bankruptcy counsel essentially that this is sort of the only road we can go down at this point that would be effective. One of the reasons this, we noticed this back in October, the order was put before you in early March. And one of the reasons that took so long is we had extensive meetings with our bankruptcy counsel, just trying to wrap our heads around the best way to approach this, given the ongoing proceedings and given sort of the unique circumstances of this case. And the product of those meetings essentially is that we believe this is the most expedient way to move forward, and this is the best way for us to move forward.
thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Commissioner Gonzalez?
Thanks, Chair. And really appreciate the presentation, Mr. Kirshner, and really the thoroughness with which the attempts to engage with P3 have occurred, and then also with really a solid understanding of this situation. And also want to commend COGCC staff on addressing these matters with urgency. So want to get that out there. I don't really have something too substantive on the application or the order finding violation as it's been presented, but I am curious about how the requirement of any principal, majority owner, general manager, or entity otherwise controlled, that paragraph that basically says they've got to come before us before they join any other similar position or ownership with another entity that is an operator with the state. And I'm curious, how does that get enforced, right? I can imagine and I'm thinking like, what's the lowest level we're talking about there? Is an operational manager or general manager that then goes over to another company, and they're part of the corporation. They're not really an executive or anything like that. I'm just curious how that's enforced. Who's penalized at that point?
Yeah, I think it's a reasonable question. The first thing to note is that we've never had anybody attempt to circumvent this provision. So since we've been doing these provisions, since I've been with the commission for almost 5 years now, I don't think we've ever had anybody attempt to circumvent this provision. To some degree, we rely on staff. Staff knows these operators, staff knows the landscape, staff knows industry well, and if they see that somebody who there was somebody mentioned by name during the local public officials testimony earlier, but if they see that somebody we know to be a part of this company comes before us, obviously that's going to raise red flags. We do have an employee list for this company. We know the names and roles of those employees. And at some point, I think it's on staff just to use that knowledge. We don't have, like, if you go into a convenience store and there's a wall of pictures saying don't accept checks from these people, we don't have that. But we do have a pretty broad knowledge base and familiarity amongst our staff. And like I said, to my knowledge, we've never had anybody try to circumvent these provisions in an order.
Thank you, Mr. Kirshner. I appreciate that response. Yeah, and I'm not aware of a situation like that, at least from my end either. And this is something I've had some issues with in prior OFEs that have come before us. I don't have that concern in this case. I'm just, I think part of the question, and perhaps we don't have the benefit of history to outline how this has happened, but just something that I'm thinking about in terms of does this penalize the operator? Let's say a GM, an operational manager, a field manager goes out and then takes another job with some other operator. Is the other operator penalized in that regard? Do operators need to keep an eye out for who they're hiring, and are they under this list, or does it fall back on the individual? Do we have any insights into that?
I think that's a reasonable concern. I would kind of flip it back to the operator and saying that, if you're making a fully informed decision to hire somebody who presided over a situation like this, then I think there's risk on that end as well. I also believe that these provisions do provide methods by which, somebody can come before the commission and say, hey, look, I was involved in this company. This is my role. This is why you're not going to see this from me again in the future. And that's what that whole notice and appearance before the commission provision does provide in this. It's not a prohibition on any of these people ever operating in Colorado again. It's just kind of an extended sort of check and balance that allows us to make sure that the people who are potentially responsible for this either don't operate again or they do so in a responsible way.
Thank you, Mr. Kirshner.
You're welcome.
For the answers, good questions. Other questions from commissioners? Seeing no further questions, I think we're looking for a motion to approve the order finding violation in docket 2110000188.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, commissioners, we have one more matter on our docket. It was teed up for 1 p.m. I understand from hearings manager Larson that the attorney for that matter could be available at 12:30. So it's 11:52. I would suggest we take a 30-ish minute break, grab a quick lunch, come back and take that matter up. I would also alert the folk, there were 3 people that signed up for public comment. Would just remind Ms. Vasquez and Mr. Clayham to try to be back here at 12:30 so that we can hear from them. I'm not sure who the third person was. Actually, I could probably figure that out. So those 3 people, if they want to testify, would do so at around 12:30. Is that affirmative, hearings manager Larson?
Correct.
Okay. All right, we'll see everybody in about 25 minutes. Okay, welcome back to everybody. We are resuming the Colorado Oil and Gas Commission March 9th docket. We now will take up docket number 2112-00233. A variance request. The applicant is D90 Energy LLC. We will start this docket with a couple of folks that have signed up for public comment on this docket. Let's go ahead and bring Mr. Clapham to the panel. Recognize that the applicant's attorney, Mr. Neslin, is with us as well.
Hi, commissioners. If I could, I'd like to start sharing my screen.
Okay.
I'm on a satellite connection up in South Park, so I don't know if this YouTube video is going to work or not, but I hope so. My name is Brad Clapham, and I want to thank you for taking public comment on this item today. As you know, this has to do with venting and flaring in the North Park area. Since this video isn't working, I think I'll just stop sharing if I can. It'll only be a distraction. It's a shame because it was a video shot by Earthworks of D90's operations in North Park from 4 months ago, which showed an amazing amount of venting of gas from their facilities. This is an odd application, to say the least. One that's unclear to me what the actual time frame is. It sounds like the operator is asking for a waiver through January 15th of 22 for venting and flaring, but they also want you to approve continued venting and flaring until they put certain facilities in on other pads to burn that gas. But those other facilities seem to be problematic as well. One is to inject the gas into underground for well stimulation. It seems like this could have issues for public health, safety, welfare of the environment. The other is they're using the gas to power a Bitcoin mining facility, which I guess you've got to give them some kudos for being innovative, but it's interesting. One thing I don't understand is the does this waiver, is it going to cover all of their facilities in North Park? And how far will it go into the future? I would note that COGCC's engineering staff, from what I've seen, is not taking a position on this waiver, if it should be approved or not, which to me should be a red flag to you that this isn't ready for prime time. It's not ready to be approved. I've also noticed that, well, I'm curious too, that in their application, they say that they banned 105,000 MCF of gas per month. That's 1.2 million MCF per year. But does that cover all of their facilities in North Park, or is what they banned actually more than that? I also know that I spent some time yesterday going into the production records to see what D90 had done in North Park, and I'm not seeing any production reports since February of last year, February of 2021. I don't know if they've been issuing the notices to local government and you all for venting and flaring, which they should have been doing.
Mr. Clefane, just so you know, you have exceeded your 3 minutes.
Okay, may I just say one thing more here? That in your emission change rule making, the one hard deadline which you had said that January 15th, 2022 would be the end of venting and flaring in Colorado. As the SPP says that I've highlighted, but in no case will the commission staff approve a request to continue venting and flaring beyond January 15, 2022. I hope you'll remain true to your word and deny this waiver. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the public comment. We now will hear from Barbara Vasquez.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I want to thank you for Ms. Larson in particular for allowing us at a late date to apply to give comment before you. I have more comment than will fit in 3 minutes. Ms. Larson, would it be acceptable for me to forward to you written comments as well?
Yes, you can please forward those to me and I will get them to the commissioners.
I will do that, and I will do, help me respect your 3-minute limit, please. So I'm Dr. Barbara Vasquez, a resident of Jackson County. I've been before you before when you were considering your rules for prohibiting routine venting and flaring, as we gave testimony as a member of Western Colorado Alliance. The North Park case was very compelling regarding the establishment of that rule. I do want to note that I'm presenting these comments as an individual citizen, not as a representative of WCA today. Mr. Clefane has already commented on Jackson County being called out in the statement of basis and purpose, and the statement that that routine venting and flaring will end as of January 5th, 2022. So first, my request is that COGCC categorically deny this flaring variance. D90 had knowledge of the rulemaking for more than a year during their negotiations with Sandridge, as well as the 1 year that all operators in the state had to prepare infrastructure to put the produced gas to beneficial use. And I really want to highlight that this is an opportunity for the commission to demonstrate that these rules have meaning and that the commission is willing to take enforcement action to give them that meaning. Failing that, I believe members of industry will continue to come to you, knocking on your door, requesting customized off-ramps for rules, and the public will certainly lose confidence that COGCC is serious about exercising their SB 19181 mandate, which includes protection of public health, environment, and wildlife. Second, as pointed out previously, the production data is missing since the end of April. So Sandridge has some production data for January 2021, D90 for February and April. Curious thing about that data, if you take a look at it, it shows in February, D90 flared 100% of their co-produced gas. In April, there was a switch turned and 100% was put to beneficial use. That stretches credibility. In addition, in the absence of any data beyond April 2021, the public and perhaps you as commissioners are blind to any efficacy of the efforts that D90 claims in their variance request to put this gas to beneficial use. And the table 11 in the variance request is unclear which mitigation measures are in place now and when the future measures will be put in place, nor does it mention or accommodate any increased production of natural gas from wells to be considered in their pending applications for permission to drill or the OGDPs that are under internal review at COGCC. Finally, in the written comments, I am providing you a link to a new scientific study that just was published that shows very clear public health detriments to individuals living as far as 60 miles away from flares. With that, I want to thank you for your time, and Ms. Larson, I will be sending you more complete written comments. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Vasquez. I appreciate you being with us, and we'll look forward to receipt of those written comments. Okay, with that, Mr. Neslin, as attorney for the applicant, I see a group of individuals in one room and then Ms. Pritchard in another. Is that the folks that you need with you to begin your presentation?
Yes, Chairman.
And if
we're ready.
If during the presentation you could respond to public comment, that would probably be helpful as well.
Certainly. We're ready to begin. If the commission's ready to hear us.
We're ready to go.
Very well. Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Dave Neslin. I'm appearing with my colleague, Kathleen Pritchard, on behalf of D90 Energy regarding their application for a variance from Rule 903D3 to continue flaring a limited amount of gas in Jackson County until they receive certain regulatory approvals. First, they need to continue flaring pending APCD approval of permits for additional generators that will use the gas to power well operations. Second, they need to continue flaring pending COGCC approval of an enhanced oil recovery project, which will use the gas instead of water to enhance existing well production and reduce the need for future drilling. And third, they need to continue flaring small amounts of gas at various well pads where they've already installed generators to power well operations, but will need to install a few more generators after the APCD and COGCC approvals are obtained. These projects are the final pieces of D90's comprehensive gas management plan to eliminate more than 100 MCF of flaring monthly, which D90 has worked assiduously to implement since the pads and wells were conveyed last year and it became the operator. D90 has already invested about $6 million implementing this plan, and it's eliminated about 55% of the flaring to date. This raises a straightforward question for you. Should D90 receive additional time to stop flaring at these locations where the extension is needed to obtain regulatory approvals that have been pending up to 6 months in some cases, where these regulatory approvals won't just enable D90 to eliminate flaring, but will also reduce the demand for coal-fired electricity, future water use, and future surface disturbance, where the status quo and character of the area won't change, where the variance will enable D90 to continue to produce oil from existing wells in a relatively remote and sparsely populated area, and where the resulting air emissions were partially offset by D90's mitigation work last year. Neither the staff nor CDPHE has made a recommendation regarding the variance, and no one filed a protest. The relevant local government, Jackson County, and the closest town, Walden, support the variance as set forth in the letters that we're going to display on the screen. Please move to the next slide. Ms. Penner, can you please advance the slide? Commissioners, there seems to be a problem with our slide deck. We could
It's not on my screen.
pause the time.
Yeah, we've got the time paused. Mr. Neslin, I would also note that the slides are not in presentation mode. I don't know if that matters to you. Oh, now we don't have slides at all.
Can you guys see my screen?
No.
No.
Oh, yes, now we can.
Okay.
They can or no?
Okay, you are not screen sharing currently.
How about now?
There we go.
Yeah, we see two slides at the same time, which is fine. If you want to leave it that way, it's up to you.
Okay, we see one slide on our screen, so I guess
There we go. Now we still see the two slides, as the chairman said.
How about this?
There you go.
There you go.
Thank you, guys. Sorry about that.
Okay. Let me pick up where I cut off. The relevant local government, Jackson County, and the closest town, Walden, support the variance as set forth in the letters displayed on the screen and submitted to the agency today. A letter of opposition was filed by Marcus Honig, who lives several miles from the well field. And you heard this afternoon from Mr. Claffin and Ms. Vasquez. Mr. Claffin lives in Denver. Ms. Vasquez lives more than 25 miles from the well field. We appreciate their input, but they may not be aware of all of the facts here. During the next 30 minutes, you'll hear from Daniel Silverman, the president of D90, who will explain more about their gas management plan, their extensive mitigation work to date, and why they need more time. You'll also hear from Kathleen Pritchard, who will explain how each of the variance requirements has been satisfied. In the end, we hope you'll agree that D90 faces exceptional circumstances and the requested variance is fair, appropriate, and consistent with the Act. It'll enable D90 to finish implementing its ambitious gas capture plan and encourage other operators to undertake similarly innovative environmental solutions. Before handing this off, I just want to respond briefly to the allegations made about production reporting. In fact, D90 has submitted timely production reports during the last year. They were unable to submit them using the Form 7s because the COGCC, it took the COGCC approximately a year to approve the acquisition of the assets in question. The conveyance occurred last February. It was only approved and change of operator occurred this January. And so D90 had to submit the forms to the COGCC staff via email, but that was done. And I submitted a letter of explanation on this point to the staff last week, summarizing the correspondence that had occurred. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them, or one of the D90 representatives can answer them following our presentation. With that, Daniel, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, commissioners. We very much appreciate your time today. This is a very important topic for the state. It's also obviously a very important topic for us. I did want to highlight one other thing quite quickly, is that in the public comments, there was conversation about venting. We have zero tolerance for venting. The issue today is only as it relates to flaring. We continue to do our monthly reporting through what's called the LDAR system, where we are constantly looking at all of our batteries for any sign of venting. All venting is immediately repaired if there is any leaks. So the conversation today does not relate to venting, but it is only about what is considered flaring, which is burning of the gas itself. So circling back, we'll start kind of the orientation. I think 4 of you were with me a few months ago, and so you know where we are. We're located we're in the northwest corner of the state. It's in Jackson County. The nearest town is Walden, which is 12 miles away. We're about 25 miles away from Steamboat as the crow flies, but it's about 50 miles if you have to drive it across Rabbit Ears Pass. This is a pretty sparsely populated county. In fact, I think it is one of the most sparsely populated counties. I should probably move this a little closer to me. In fact, it is actually a rural enterprise zone. So this is nothing like, as you saw, the operations in the Front Range of Colorado. It's much more like what you see in northwestern part of the state. So moving from the big map to a more detailed map, it's a really neat field. When you look at it, you see that besides being a world-class reservoir, which it truly is, we have 36 pads, 53 wells. We're doing about 1,700 barrels a day. It's really sparsely populated compared to the Front Range. In fact, besides being thousands of feet from the nearest structure on any of our pads, the nearest school is, I think, 15 miles away in Malden itself. So this is an area that is set up to be very, very different than what I know you're seeing a lot of conversations about the Front Range. I like also the way it was set up is that everything was done with pad drilling. So instead of having wells spread out all over God's creation, you've got them set up on big pads, directional drilling, and even more so, they're all set up right along Highway 14, almost like in a corridor. So the impact that this field has and in continued development of this field is going to be relatively minor. And in place is actually a wildlife mitigation plan with the CPW. This whole field is being developed really in conjunction with the CPW on how to maintain and be able to develop a field, integrating it with the wildlife around it. So everybody, this field was on everybody's radar when the rulemaking was being considered over a year ago. And so clearly we have a dilemma as an industry here with fields like this. And we knew about this long before we took over the assets. So we closed on the property February 5th, but we were working on our mitigation plan starting in November and December because we knew this was very important to us, it was very important to the state, and that we had to come in moving fast. So to recap where we are, the dilemma is that at the time, just as was mentioned by the two public comments, 100% of the gas from this field was being flared, roughly 105,000 MCF per month. 100% of the power that is used in the field comes from Mountain Parks Tri-States. And in this particular region, the base load is going to be coal from the two plants that are scheduled to shut down in the next few years, with gas and renewables being more sort of the peaking side. And then more importantly, which is why this was such an important part of the rulemaking process, is there's just no infrastructure available within 60 miles of this basin. So we recognized from the very beginning, this field needed a lot of attention. And we really think and really feel strongly about how this is going to give us a great opportunity to actually make a difference. And that's something that is really important to us, because I know it's important to the state, and we really want to make a difference with this field. And you're going to see that we've made more than a good faith effort. We've really taken this seriously from the very beginning. And I'm going to probably have to speed up because people are going to start poking me soon. So we had a solution that we came up from the very beginning, and it's a four-pronged approach. And our goal was to reach 100% gas capture by January 15th. The first prong of the approach was we wanted to reduce the electrical usage out there by replacing high draw jet pumps into something that's the rod pump system, which uses about half the power. We wanted to go ahead and get ourselves away from buying electricity from the grid by installing gas powered generators to use that gas that's available to us. We wanted to look really hard at the idea of doing something creative out here from the reservoir engineering side to be able to take again, utilize this excess gas to something besides just flaring it. And then the fourth option we talked about was, what if we have gas left after doing 1, 2, and 3? So we started talking to data mining companies about the ability to use the gas. Obviously our goal, no routine flaring, but really our primary goal is to get rid of and significantly reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. And our greenhouse gas emissions really come from two sources and how we're going to, our goal related to it. So first of all, we're going to use less electricity, obviously. And if you use less electricity, that gives mountain states and mountain parks and tri-states the ability to take us off their grid, which means they don't have to burn as much to be able to electricity to generate electricity for the area. And the second piece of it, in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, relates to the combustors, the flaring itself. Currently, everything in Colorado is done through combustors. Well, combustors are wonderful things in terms of burning. It's a giant Bunsen burner. They take care of all of the volatiles associated. But what we're going to do is replacing combustors with EPA certified natural gas engines for our generators, which not only is going to reduce that volatiles in terms of emissions, but all of the other emissions associated with greenhouse gases. And the third piece of it, in terms of our goal, is, again, back to this kind of interesting idea about the reservoir engineering study. If we can increase our oil recovery per well without drilling, the number of impacts associated with that in terms of the environment, well, there's just a lot of them, and we're really excited about that. So, like I said, in general, we fully grasp the importance of how the situation is in this part of in this basin with this field, and we came up with what I think is an extremely innovative and aggressive plan to not only follow the rule, but to actually make a difference. So the timeline you see here, I wish I could get up and move around and show you this, but so it really shows the crux of the problem. December before 2021, we're already working on the plan. In January, we sit down with the commission staff to go over our plan. We close in February. Within 2 months, we're already ordering and receiving our first generators. In May, we're working hand in hand with the APCD staff to get the installation of these generators permitted. August, boom, we get 6 generators submitted, and to start it up, we submit 5 more permits for additional generators. And then you can see everything just slowed down. And this is the crux of the issue of what we're asking for from you today. We were submitting permits, we were moving forward. And if you can see, we didn't hear a word from August until October. Then we get revisions that we have to make. So we make additional revisions. Again, we have no word on permits that we had requested back in August and September. So we start moving forward with some other plans. We don't sit still. The Crusoe modules, which we'll talk about in a few slides ahead, we get 3 of them up and running, which takes care of almost 30,000 MCF a month, those modules alone. And then we realize in November, we're never going to make January 15th because we're not getting our permits. So we sit down in November with Kathleen and Dave to start working on the variance request, file the variance request in December, and here we are today. We have not again slowed down. If you see in January and February, we're accelerating delivery of the Crusoe modules, the Bitcoin mining modules, as fast as we can through their supply chain issues to try to be able to make a difference right now. And so that gives you really the crux of it. As you can see, we never slow down. We hit the ground running, and then we just really ran into a big pile of molasses in August. Everything slows down. So the reason for the variance request comes back down to that. We've invested, like Dave said, $6 million. We've incurred significant people resources across the basin for the last 12 months. And we've just run into something that's beyond our control, which is we have 1/3 of our generators are still waiting on our permits. We're still in a process where we've requested, and by the way, we're actually set for May for our hearing with you all on the Enhanced Oil Recovery Project. So hopefully we'll be able to move that along quickly. And then we've, like everybody else, we ran into supply chain issues that's really slowed down delivery of some of our generators. So the request for the variance really comes down to what will happen if we don't receive the variance. And the word I believe that's used in the rules is there going to be an undue hardship if the variance isn't approved. So we've gone through the analysis, and we came up with roughly 15% of our production will have to be shut in because these will be pads that we do not have the mitigation already in place. That 15% being shut in equates to roughly $100,000 loss per month for our royalty owners, an even greater amount for the working interest owners. and about $40,000 a month lost in tax revenues for Jackson County. So Kathleen will expand on this a little bit more at the end, but I just wanted to go ahead and give you a little preview of that currently. This is the really busy slide. Let's just go by color. Green is what we presented as the projects we had planned in January of 2021. Blue is the projects that we realized we wanted to do more, be able to handle more gas ourselves. And those are projects we've added since that time that are in the process of being implemented. So again, it shows it's an aggressive plan. So this slide gives you an idea of the summary of all the projects that we're working on. So the top half or the top third, these are the projects that we've already implemented. To the right, the red column, these are the numbers that come on that top third. Those numbers on the right, those come right from the variance application. So we've been able to get 43,000 MCF implemented per the variance request already. The bottom third is the ones that we've talked about in the variance request that we're waiting for approvals, which you can see this is almost it's over 60,000 MCF a month is waiting on permits. In the meantime, as I mentioned, we've been very, very aggressive about this. We know how important this is, and we've accelerated bringing in projects that we had originally planned for the fall, winter of next year. We're bringing them in now. In fact, 2 units showed up 2 weeks ago, and another unit's going to show up at the end of the month. So we have got a lot of projects in place to be able to handle our mitigation. So the next 3 slides are just going to be briefly examples. One of them, I should have brought the picture of the one that you've already seen, but since you already saw it, I thought I'd give you a different one. You all visited me at the Mutual pad. This is the pad up way off to the southeast. I showed you up on top of the hill. We had 2 producing wells and 2 disposal wells up here. We've installed and permitted our generators up there. We've run them. And as you can see, we were able to reduce our flaring by 67%, and we're not done yet out there. And actually, as a typo, we reduced our kilowatt hour by roughly 60%. But this gives you another example of what you've seen that we've done out in the field. And this is part of the process of getting us off the grid and using our gas instead of flaring it. We're actually generating electricity. The next slide is the second part of the project, because these are the ones that are actually running. This is the data mining project, and Crusoe is a local Colorado company that has come up with a really good idea about looking for stranded gas in different basins. We're the first, I believe, the only in the first basin they're working on in Colorado, but they've been very active in the Williston. And what they do, and it's a really neat idea, they have these mobile data centers that are modular, they're flexible, you can upscale them, you can downscale them, and it really gives you the ability to be able to handle the stranded gas and be able to create a product that can be sold. And it's kind of cool. It's getting some really nice press. Our governor has tweeted out to them how excited he is about this project, not this project, their project. And I just think it's really neat that that Crusoe has been able to get some really positive feedback about the things that they're trying to do. And we're really excited to be working with them on this. The Mutual S8 pilot EOR project is a mouthful, but really what it is this goes back to the idea that we talked about at the very beginning. It's essentially a water flood, but instead of a water flood, we're going to use gas as the medium to help pressurize the reservoir and push the oil to our producers. So obviously, if we're using gas and we're not doing a water flood, there's a significant amount of water that we're not going to have to use as part of this enhanced recovery project. And what we also learned from our third-party reservoir engineer is they really feel like we're going to be able to double the recovery from our existing wells, which might make it where we can drill less wells to be able to get the same amount of oil. If we drill less wells, not only do we have less impact on the surface, but every well that's drilled out here in the Front Range or in this basin, requires about 10 million barrels of 10 million gallons of fresh water for every completion. Every well that we don't have to drill is 10 million gallons less fresh water that we're going to need. So there's some really neat things about this project that could really have some benefits, not just in terms of getting more oil, but also in terms of the way we go about doing it. And as you see on the bottom, this is a big piece of our project. It's 23,000, which is almost 25% of our, or 20% of our total that we're looking to mitigate. How am I doing on time? Okay. So I'm going to circle back and we're going to start working back towards a summary. So before we started, we had 105,000 MCF a month that we were flaring. We have 9,900 MCF a month that's up and running. We have 34,000 MCF that's waiting on APCD approval. Crusoe's up and running with 28,000 already. And then the remaining two, the 5,400 and the 23,000, these are, the 5,400 is actually up and running at the end of the year. We did make it in. And then the mutual project is the other 23,000 that we talked about. Dave alluded to this. With all the projects we have going on and the acceleration that we have from Crusoe, we've actually already gotten to the position where we've mitigated 55% of our flare volume ahead of and that was 55% before we actually reached the January 15th date. Which ties nicely into my next slide. So obviously, we have the deadline of January 15th. The Form 4s allowed us flaring until that January 15th deadline. But as I mentioned, we weren't going to sit around and wait until January 15th and then try to turn everything on and then come looking for a variance. We started working diligently, as you saw at the beginning of the year. And if you look below, you'll see that 91,000 MCF, we've already mitigated. We stopped flaring 91,000 MCF prior to that January 15th deadline throughout these two projects and through the period from August until January 15th. We're continuing to mitigate right now to the tune of over 50,000 MCF a month with our existing operations from January 15th on. With that, it's a great segue for me to give it to Kathleen to go ahead and finish up the presentation for you.
Thanks, Daniel. So I just wanted to, can you guys hear me? Just wanted to check that first. Okay, great. So this request is being made pursuant to Rule 502C. In the rule statement of basis and purpose, the commission has recognized that operators may request an extension for flaring natural gas after January 15th, 2022. And this statement expressly contemplates D90's application here. Next slide, please. So I've just excerpted the relevant rule here for you guys. The 5 elements are listed here. First is good faith effort to comply with the rule. The second is that the variance does not violate the basic intent of the act. The third is that the requested variance is necessary to avoid undue hardship. The fifth is that there are no adverse impacts on public health or the environment. And the fifth is that the requested variance contains reasonable conditions of approval if they are necessary. Next slide, please. So here, D90 Energy has met each of those elements. The first is D90 Energy's good faith effort to comply. We've listed essentially an overview of what Daniel just covered. D90 Energy has installed 11 generators that are permitted with APCD approval, and they are operating. It has converted 6 wells to low electrical draw rod pumping units. It has an additional 10 generators that are waiting on permit approval, the 3 Crusoe data mining units that Daniel mentioned, and it has completed engineering study and submitted permit applications for the EOR project. It has invested over $6 million to date, and it has employed over 5 months 2 electrical teams and 3 construction crews working full-time to accomplish its goals. Next slide, please. So D90 Energy seeks this variance because some of these delays were beyond its control due to APCD's backlog for reviewing and approving generators permits, COGCC's review of the EOR project, and the completion of the minor volumes well pad. Next slide, please. So this variance will further the intent of the Oil and Gas Conservation Act. D90 Energy's variance will protect public health and the environment in a number of ways. It allows D90 Energy to accomplish the statute's goal of eliminating flaring while at the same time reducing reliance on electricity generated from coal-fired power plants. In particular, the EOR project will reduce its use of fresh water and reduce the need for future drilling. It will encourage additional future operators to implement innovative strategies like what D90 Energy has done here. And it will allow continued production from existing wells in relatively remote areas. The population density is very low in Jackson County, and it is among the lowest in the state. So this variance will allow D90 Energy to continue production from existing wells in a remote area of the state. And then finally, the continued production, the variance will protect and minimize adverse impacts to the public health by ensuring continued production and the generation of tax revenues. And these revenues pay for schools, roads, and emergency services in Jackson County. Next slide, please. The variance is necessary to avoid undue hardship. Without it, there will be a number of hardships experienced by both D90 Energy and others. The first, as Daniel mentioned, is the financial hardship to royalty owners and working interest owners. The second is the fact that D90 Energy's assets is roughly half of the tax base in Jackson County. So if this variance is not granted and D90 Energy is required to shut in wells, that decision has the potential to impact half of Jackson County's tax revenue. As we mentioned, without this variance, D90 Energy may be required to shut in wells, which could potentially damage the reservoir and reduce future production, potential to disincentivize future operators from seeking environmentally conscious solutions. And it is unnecessary to alter the status quo while we are awaiting decisions on the pending applications. Next slide, please. So D90 Energy began mitigating flaring in 2021. This variance will not result in a net adverse impact, as D90 Energy has already mitigated almost 92,000 MCF of flaring. It will allow D90 Energy to continue mitigating flaring by implementing its innovative solution. It will allow it to use this gas to power its operations and provide computational power to Crusoe. It will allow it to reduce reliance on electricity generated from coal-fired power plants, and it will minimize freshwater use in the EOR project. Next slide, please. So D90 Energy's goal, as you know, is to eliminate flaring as soon as possible. So this variance will not require any conditions to mitigate adverse impacts. But of course, if the commission determines reasonable conditions are necessary, we will work with staff to integrate those conditions. Next slide, please. So this is just a summary of D90 Energy's specific requests and its variance application. By definition, D90 Energy's request is time limited. On the left side, you will see the source of the flaring, and on the right side, you'll see the length for which the variance request is needed, and it is in large part awaiting APCD's approval of the pending permit and the commission's review of D90 Energy's Form 31 and Form 33. So that concludes our PowerPoint, and we would be happy to address any commissioner questions at this time.
Okay, great. Thank you for the presentation. Commissioners, questions for the panel? Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation today and for being here. I'm wondering if you could tell me the component where you're sending gas down the reservoir to stimulate other wells. Is that an indefinite long-term solution, or can the reservoir fill up with natural gas? I'm hoping my question makes sense.
It's an excellent question, actually. Yes, the reservoir can fill up, but this is a pilot project only. And our thought is that if it does work, that we could implement it further out in the field. And what you'll find is that when you say fill up, what ends up happening is that you end up cycling a lot more gas through. So at some point you'll reach where you won't necessarily fill up the reservoir and you have to stop, but it'll just be going around in a circle much more than anything else. So it's for this particular project, this would be a relatively short-term project because our goal is that if it's successful, we'd like to implement it in other parts of the field. This particular field won't allow us to do it full scale because this field hasn't been developed on the density that you see in the Front Range, but we do see areas where it would work very nicely. But to answer your question, in the long run, yes, this could be something where as long as the wells are producing, we could be actually utilizing this to be able to take care of that, mitigate the gas that we've talked about.
Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you. And sorry, I'm kind of all over the place, so I apologize. I found the Crusoe piece to be really creative. I'm also curious to know if there's a plan B, if for whatever reason, Bitcoin does not end up being a long-term monetary option. What are you all thinking about as far as if that is no longer an option with Crusoe, because you're kind of dependent upon Crusoe needing that energy? What would the plan B be? And then my second question related to the Crusoe, those data mining modules. I've been reading up a little bit about them, and I know enough not even to be dangerous, but my understanding is they can be quite noisy. And I'm wondering if you all have looked at the noise levels that are created by those modules and what kind of additional noise it has created potentially.
Well, thank you for both those questions. So the first question, we have a plan B and we have a plan C, and that was developed even when we met with the commission back in January. So plan B and plan C are working in tandem, which is to take the gas and instead of utilizing it in the field, we would utilize a portion of it in the field to run our own operations. But we have parallel paths working right now to lay a pipeline from our field down to just south of Kremling, I believe it is, to where we can hook into an Excel pipeline. It's a 60-mile project that goes across federal, state, county, and public or private land. So it's a big project. 3 to 5 year window, probably closer to the 5. And the parallel path to that is we're really excited about the idea of generating electricity and then putting it back into the system. And it's the same issue, is that we are 15 miles from the nearest high voltage transmission line, which is north of Walden. And so we're running that path at the same time. And we've actually hired engineers both on the pipeline side and the transmission side to figure out, do we go north or do we go south? But it is very high on our priority list because we recognize that what we're doing works really nicely for what we have today. But as we continue to develop up the field, there'll be additional gas, and we need to be able to respond as it relates to that additional gas on a timely basis. And so, yes, ma'am, we have a plan B and a plan C. And then the noise issue, it's amazing what Crusoe has done. They have the generator is literally the size of a house, and it's got a very efficient muffler catalyst on it. It's actually, I can't remember what the EPA terms were, but it's an ultra low emissions muffler. You can barely hear it, 100 feet off the pad, and the actual computers themselves, they're all sound insulated. So you drive more than a few hundred feet away from the pad, you really don't hear anything. Crusoe has done a remarkable job. This is a state-of-the-art operation that they really are looking at noise mitigation to make sure that they're not creating a noise pollution issue. Did that answer your questions, ma'am?
Yes, and I'm going to apologize because I read all of your stuff. I was so proud of myself because I knew we were heading into financial assurance and lots of other things. And so in your request, I don't think that you all have said like, this is kind of a medium-term solution. We're going to need a longer-term solution and a commitment to it. I don't think. So I just want to, can you clarify that that's not part of your variance?
Yes, ma'am. This is only as it relates to the items that are on the list. So we're looking for time-limited variance. Whenever we get the APCD permits, that variance ends. Whenever we get the enhanced oil recovery permission from you, that variance will end. And so, yes, it is time limited.
Okay. Would you all be willing to some sort of future check-in as far as like how all of these options are working and whether or not you and progress toward Plan B, which is either an extended pipeline or plugging into an electric generating system so that you're providing energy? That's my first question. And then my second question is whether or not you'd be interested in doing some sort of, I would be interested in noise, baseline noise before you put in one of those Caruso modules and noise that you see after you put one in, just so we have some data and information about that. And I'm wondering if you would be open to either of those two ideas.
Absolutely. Checking in with us on a regular basis is a great idea. We're really excited about what we're doing and loved having you out at the field. It was great to have the opportunity for you to see it. So yes, the Crusoe side they are an independent company from us and they have their own permits as it relates to their pads. So I'm guessing that they would welcome the opportunity to speak with you also and be able to discuss before and after as it relates to their equipment. But their equipment is actually not on our pads. It's offset of our pads. And it's we call it arm's length transaction where they really are independent of us. Although we're working on the same goal, they really are an independent entity. So they have their own permits and for their pads and emissions and also for light and sound. But we could certainly bring this up to them and then they could maybe have that conversation with you directly.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Other commissioners with questions? Commissioner Nanjapa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for the presentation. And Commissioner McGowan asked a couple of the questions that I had, but one question that I had was with respect to the APCD permits, and forgive me if it was in the materials and I missed it, but do you have a sense that it's a pretty clear, it's going to happen, it's a matter of when and not an if, and what would you do if there was if any of those permits were not approved?
It's a good question. So Plan B and Plan C are obviously long-term solutions. They won't help us if something happens right away. But from the way we understand the permitting process is that it's not a question of if, it really is just going to be a question of when, because what we're doing is we're actually following the rules and we're putting equipment on pads that fit the guidelines of the APCD. So it's not that there's going to be we're going to turn you down. That's not really what we're thinking. What's really been happening is well, have you thought about this? Or have you done, we need to take a look at the total emissions for this particular pad. We need to make sure that the emissions for this pad match up with what your permits are. So it's been the questions we've had have not really been, no, you can't do this. It's been more, can we take a look at we need to do some recalculations based on the catalyst that you specifically have in your field. Now, there are some cases, ma'am, where there would be a complete no, where you have too many generators on one pad. We have been working very closely with some very qualified consultants that have made sure that we're not doing a request that we know is going to get turned down. For example, you put too many generators, your pad's not allowed to do this much NOx. Your answer is going to be no. We're making sure that before we make a submittal that we actually fit with what's allowed. I hope
if I could add to what Daniel had to say, Commissioner Nanjapa, I think the applications here, the holdup is at least in part a workload holdup. The queue of applications that are pending review by the agency and the time needed to review each one. And we understand, we have a place in line, but we're not necessarily at the head of the line. And that takes a little bit of time. We're hopeful that we'll work our way up to the head of the line and we'll receive these permits in the next couple of months. And then we will be able to complete the installation of the generators in question. And as Daniel has explained, significantly reduce the flaring further at that point, because we'll have additional on-site generation to use some of the gas that's been flared. I don't believe that the permit applications involve particularly novel or unique processes or proposals that might lead to a rejection.
And in fact, Dave, our consultants that have been helping us have steered us away from exactly that problem. One of our pads, we were going to have one too many generators, and they said, we're going to have, you need to come up with a different solution for this pad because your emissions that are allowed is blank and you're going to be 1.2 blank. So we realized we had to pull a generator from that. So the idea is that, like you said, Dave, it's a question not of whether we're going to get them, it's when. And the when, the poor engineers at the CDPHE, they have, and the APCD, they're overwhelmed. There's a lot going on, and we're trying to make it so when we submit our applications, we've incurred a lot of cost and time with our consultants to make sure that what we give them is something that they can use that matches what they're looking for. So they're not in a situation where they take this piece of paper and go, this is not something I can do anything with. I go back to the square one. Our idea is to make sure we've incurred a lot of costs and time because we want to make sure that we're making their lives at least a little bit easier.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that last sentiment, knowing how much our own staff has on their plates and how that works. So yeah, the more thorough and detailed and complete that you can be in any application is important. So appreciate that. The other question, and again, forgive me if this is a little bit of just an ignorant question. So with the Crusoe projects, I know we talked about a little bit about this on site too. The excess gas is powering gas generators, right, that are then powering the servers. So there's no connection to the grid in any way. There's no kind of additional demand that's created because this is the sort of self-contained power for those servers. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. The only grid connection they have is to run their electronics for their starting and their monitoring, because they need to be in a position where if something goes down, like the generator goes down, then they're blind. So they're set up with, it's like a 110 extension cord, except for obviously it's much nicer than that, but it's a very small draw that they have that they'll be able to make sure that they always have power to be able to monitor what's going on.
Okay, thank you very much.
Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for the presentation today. I've got a few questions. So I'm trying to get a better idea of the overall operation that you've got going on in Jackson County. I had an opportunity to see it on the ground. I've heard a little bit of conflicting, I think, testimony or information regarding future plans and existing operations. So I'm just trying to better understand that. So we've got the existing wells that are on the ground, I think around 53 wells that are at least a part of this variance application. And is there some anticipation for additional wells to be developed in this particular area by your operations?
Yes, sir. So right now, in fact, I think just yesterday we received the APDs for 4 additional wells that we plan to drill. We have a multi-year drilling program in our minds. We intend to drill 7 producers in a disposal well this calendar year, and a similar amount for the next 3 or 4 years, obviously budget and well success pending. But yes, this is supposed to be a long-term project. It is not our intention to have a 2 or 3 rig drilling program where you're going to see 20 or 30 wells drilled a year. We're not that size of a company. But yes, the goal is to continue to develop this field. And it's over 100,000 acres. So there's a lot of land to be able to expand upon. But our goal is to try to match that 1 rig program, which would, and because as you remember, in this area, you've got weather window and you've got stipulations with wildlife. So it's a short window. So we're a 1 rig program, 7 or 8 wells a year. And our hope is that we could do that for the next 3 to 5 years.
If I could add to what Daniel had to say, Commissioner, obviously any additional development would be subject to the Commission's approval, to your all approval through the Oil and Gas Development Plan review and approval process. This variance is needed for the existing facilities, whether or not any future additional drilling were to occur. There is a need for a variance today because the existing wells flare. We have solutions to eliminate that flaring, but part of the solution depends on getting the generators permitted by APCD. And so we will need to flare until we get the APCD approvals, which we're hopeful we'll receive in a month or 2. But we don't have them yet. And then the other piece of it is the Enhanced Oil Recovery Project, which will be able to, again, use a significant amount of the remaining gas that is being flared today. And that has been, as we understand it, scheduled for hearing before you all in about 2 months. So
again, I'm just trying to get a better idea of the overall picture here, understanding that there sounds like we've got existing operations that are requiring, because there was never a gas gathering system set up in association with existing operations. We've also got anticipated future operations that are being considered here. Understanding that, I see the challenges associated with addressing existing infrastructure as far as gas gathering goes, but I'm also concerned that some of the measures that are being considered, and I think have even been termed emergency measures based on existing operations, in order to be able to meet the rules, could potentially be considered for future operations in a situation where what doesn't seem to be contemplated here is a long-term gas gathering system that would address, existing development and future development with what I understand is a reception point 60 to 90 miles north towards Rawlings. And so I guess I'm trying to understand why we're addressing it this way rather than looking at it holistically, understanding that at least operators tell me all the time that anticipated life of these wells is 30 to 40 years, why we're addressing it this way instead of holistically developing a gas gathering system.
So to answer your question, we are addressing it holistically. Today's variance is only talking about what we need based on the existing production. But we have plans and we are working on plans with regards to the future. Now, you had mentioned 60 to 90 miles to Rawlings. That is not actually part of our plan. The plan that we talked about a few moments ago was to actually take the gas 60 miles down to the Excel line here in Colorado to be able to help fund the gas needs of the mountain communities that are expanding rapidly. But that 60-mile line is in process. We're not sitting, like I said, we're not sitting on our hands waiting to do the drilling and then we're going to come back and look at it later. We've got engineering firms working, we've got survey crews working. We're already in the process of working on what was called Plan B, because as we develop the field, we're going to get beyond, obviously, just running generators to run pumping units. And our goal long-term is a holistic approach where we are looking at the ability to move gas down to the mountain communities and set up power generation. In fact, we've had conversations and we're working with Mountain Parks right now on an engineering study of what it would take to lay a new power line from our field, because it has to, they're at a 14 kV line and we're actually need to be at 34.5 kVA. So we're going to have to upgrade significantly the power line. They're working with us right now to give us an estimate of taking our power all the way up north of Walden. There is a WAPA line that runs just north of the town of Walden that we could tie into. So the approach is not just, let's take care of this and then we're going to come back to you commissioners later this year and say, oh, well, we hadn't thought about drilling. It's not at all, sir, our plan. Our plan is to take care of our business, which we started early enough, we thought, but we didn't realize just how backed up the APCD was going to be. In fairness to them, they're got a lot to do. Our plans for the summer and requiring our drilling is not, we have that plan thinking forward. The first couple years, most likely you're going to see a lot more Crusoe modules out there, frankly, because they're the ones, they're modular, they're mobile, they have about a 3 to 6 month lead time. You get them out there and we can continue to support that Colorado business with those projects. But long-term, you're absolutely correct, sir. There has to be a solution to be able to move this gas out of the basin. And we're not sitting on our hands until the problem becomes right in our face. We're working on it right now. And as you know, making a pipeline across BLM land, county land, private land, it's a long process, and that process is ongoing. And what I didn't realize was just how long it takes to actually move electricity into the grid. It's the same process. It's a 3 to 5 year window to be able to get permission to be able to move in, because now you're into the federally regulated transmission system. So it's a whole nother system, but those are all moving forward, sir.
Okay, well, let's talk a little bit then about the different requests here as far as capacity goes. So I want to start with the Air Pollution Control Division permits. And I mean, I've read the application. My understanding is that part of the reason that this is taking a while is that they have a criteria at 30 hours in which they let you know that it's going to take some additional review. And so it doesn't appear that it's as slam dunk of an application as maybe it's being perceived as here, because I'm sure that they're doing their due diligence and determining, the full scope of what's being asked here. But anticipated, if it's anticipated that another 8 hours is going to be taken on the particular application, and we've got a short-term timeline here associated with the particular generators, my understanding from your application is that should take up about what? I guess I'm a little confused. What percentage of existing flared gas does the generators take, right?
Can you go back to that page that was from the variance application? And so let me respond to one of your comments. With regards to whether it's a slam dunk or not, I would disagree with you there. The issue has not been that they put too many hours in. The issue is we're not even on their list yet. There's people ahead of us. So whether or not, in some cases, we don't even have an engineer yet that's looking at our application. So I'm not sure.
Well, I'm reading it from your application that it indicates that APCD has let you know that they've already put 30 hours into it. They're going to need an additional 8 hours. And I could be misreading that, but that's what I read in the
Which application was that? Because some of them, like for example, the Oxbow pad, they've started and they've told us they're almost done. On the Gregory pad, we're within maybe an hour or two of actually finishing it. But the Surprise unit pad, we're not even on the list yet. We've been told that that's something that is upcoming. But again, each pad's a little bit different. And for example, we were told that the Gregory pad, I'm going to start getting in the weeds, I apologize. The Gregory pad, we have 2 generators and a 3rd generator that we're permitting. We've been told we could get that permit as early as next week. And so this is it's a fluid situation, sir, where some of these, we were actually thinking at one point that we might come to you and say, well, we got most of them, but then it all slowed down again. So we do expect that the Gregory pad, we've been told, could be as early as next week. The Oxbow pad, which is 5 generators, we were told could be the end of the month. So a lot of stuff is in process, but not
And
necessarily.
there's like the open range number 18. Where's that one at?
Yeah, so I was going to clarify that. Sorry. It looks like Exhibit 11 to our variance application is the one that references APCD requesting more than 30 hours.
And we actually have the open range permit that has come to us. So things are moving, and this is a conversation we all had internally, is how to present to you when we've got a moving target. Things are changing. We made this application in December, and the APCD is continuing to work with us. And so we have permission to turn on the open range generator, which is in process. We think we're going to get permission to turn on the Gregory in the next week. We think we're going to get permission to turn on the Oxbow pad within the month, but these are out of our control, sir. And so that's the reason why we come to you hat in hand, is we've done what we can. We've put everything in front of the APCD staff, and we started in August, and we feel like we've done what we can.
Right.
And now,
So I was just curious how much capacity, if you get all of your APCD permits, that covers as far as the percentage of currently flared gas, so that I understand, the generators are going to cover this percentage. The proposed enhanced recovery operations are going to take this percentage.
Excellent question.
Bitcoin is going to take this percentage. So that's kind of the question I'm asking.
So what we were asking for in our variance was 34,000, which is roughly a third of our volume as relates to the APCD permits. The enhanced oil recovery project is 23,000, which is roughly 20%. So if that gives you an idea, roughly 50% plus or minus of our request. Well, that is our request, and that's 50% of our gas.
Okay.
And that is, sorry, Commissioner, that's slide 15 of the presentation, if you'd like to reference it.
Okay. And then the Crusoe project is
almost third, just under, it's about a quarter, 28,000 of the 105,000. It's up and running. I wish I could be up there pointing, but the 28,000 is up and running. The 9,900 is up and running. So we've got 35%, maybe a little bit more, is already done, operational and running. The 34,000 is what we're asking for assistance with, along with the 23,000. Also, that 5,400 on the bottom, that was the second one from the bottom. That is also actually up and running now. So we're not requesting that anymore, because our request only, it's time limited on when we get approval. That 5,400, we have the approval now. So we actually don't need that request anymore because it's been done. And that will be the same thing as we move along with the line 2. As things get approved, we won't need that variance anymore.
so the I assume because the generators are taking about 30% of the energy load, I think is what I read, that there would be no fluctuation of power that would be generated by those generators. So it's a constant 24 hours a day, 365 days a week energy load, so that we understand that there is a consistent amount of gas that is going to be utilized by those generators for your operations. And then same with Crusoe, they're operating 24 hours a day, 365 days a week. So there's a constant utilization of that gas. So it doesn't fluctuate. You don't ever have to shut it off. You don't ever have to intermittently flare it in order to be able to relieve pressure, because it shuts on and off. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct, sir. We plan on running these 100% of the time. There will be, so the goal and the language was very clear, no routine flaring. And the plan is with generators and Crusoe is they run 24 hours a day. The only time that they won't be running is when you have an upset, like a mechanical problem, and those have to be, you know, we're in a position where we have to respond to those immediately, obviously, because it's an upset condition. But yes, Caterpillars love to run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and that's the engines that we put on our generators.
So I'm just going to push this one just a little further because I'm just trying to best understand the situation here so that it's clear what the ask is. And so if generator shut down, there's an operational problem, generator shuts down, or operational problem with Crusoe and it shuts down, you have the ability to shut off that gas or to shut in the well that would be producing that gas in order to be able to not have to utilize the allowance for an upset condition to flare that gas off. Is that correct?
For short-term upsets, yes, that is correct. So if we are going to do a preventative maintenance on one of our generators, it's going to be shut in for 3 hours. We don't have to flare gas during that 3 hours. No, the pressure will back up in the system, and for that 3 or 4 hours. Now, if we have a major mechanical issue, there's going to be a 24-hour shutdown or something more than that, then that would be an upset condition. And in that particular case, it would go under the upset rules. And with regards to, it would obviously go to the combustors if we're in an upset condition where it's going to be something more than just a few hours for maintenance. It's very similar to a situation where you've got the production equipment that's over in, you know, the heater treater is going to be burning gas. And if you have a situation where you've got an upset condition, the gas from the heater treater then automatically goes to the flare from a safety perspective.
As far as the enhanced recovery concept, I guess, pilot project. I mean, I assume that's a fairly intermittent activity. It's not a constant flooding, and it's going to be in certain locations at certain times. So how do you deal with the timing of that as far as collecting and storing whatever gas that you're going to be utilizing for that particular project? And again, I'm going to ask that, I mean, I guess I'm anticipating there's potentially situations where you don't need that gas, or you fill the reservoir, or there's some time in between projects that you know, may cause you to have too much gas too quickly. I mean, how are you going to address these things without flaring?
So your assumption's not quite the way a water flood or enhanced oil recovery project works. You never stop injecting water. In a water flood, you're 24 hours a day, constantly injecting water. In this particular case, unless the compressor goes down, we're going to be injecting gas all the time. And so, and if you get too much gas, what you end up with the situation is the gas actually backs up on your producing wells. It doesn't go to flare. It just, if the compressor will take as much as it can, and whatever it can't take, it's going to back up on your producing wells. So unless there's an upset or you're doing PM work on your compressor, this is a 24-hour-a-day operation. There is no plans that you're going to be flaring gas one day and producing gas the next day. And normally what happens also, Commissioner, is that when, like if you have a situation where your compressor goes down or an injection pump for a water flood goes down, you shut in your producers. It's normally what happens, because otherwise you will actually lose your reservoir pressure. So technically, from a reservoir standpoint, you don't want to be producing gas if your compressor is not running. So the goal of this would be is that it's a constant source of gas that is going into the reservoir. And as we develop more of these enhanced oil recovery projects throughout the field, it will always be the same concept. If you're not injecting gas, we better not be producing gas, because we're going to be taking away the whole concept of the enhanced recovery, which is build up pressure, push oil through. If the compressor goes down, we're not pushing gas. We need to shut the wells in to store that energy in order to make sure that we don't lose it. So no, the goal is not to be intermittent at all, sir.
Okay, and I understand I'm getting a little bit off of some of the variance requests here, but I'm trying to again understand the operations. And so I'm going to ask a couple more questions about this.
Yes, sir.
And then I'll be about done. Is there a chance that the natural gas that's being used in these flooding activities can escape in any way except for through a well bore?
That is one of the most important parts of an injection process, whether it be a disposal well or an injection well. It's got to be about mechanical integrity. So before we injected our injection test on the injection well that we were talking about, which is the Mutual 3.8, we actually did a mechanical integrity test with pressure. But more importantly, we actually, and it's a rule that I think is relatively new, we actually ran a casing integrity log. So we had to pull everything out of the well, and then we ran in with a wireline tool that actually looked at the casing's integrity. So it's critical that we continue to manage that process. So yes, could it happen? I guess you've seen it on the Front Range. Anything can happen, but as long as we continue to monitor and follow the rules, it's not going to happen, because as long as we maintain and constantly monitor our casing pressure and do our mechanical integrity tests per the rules, the gas can only go one place, and it's going to go into the reservoir. And the reservoir is around roughly 8,000 feet. And you've got cement between you and, I believe the top of cement is almost 4,000 feet. So you've got 4,000 feet of cement between you and anything else. But yes, the goal in the state, Colorado is very careful about how they do injection wells. It's a very thorough process to make sure that we've done everything in our power to mitigate that possibility, because that's the worst case scenario, whether it be a water flood, an injection well, or this enhanced oil recovery project. So it's going to be first and foremost in the commission staff's rules.
I was just going to add to that answer, Commissioner. I mean, those were rules that were substantially amended 2 years ago as part of the mission change and wellbore integrity rulemakings.
No, I understand that. I'm unfamiliar with the natural gas being utilized to flood the wells. And so this is why I'm asking questions. And so.
It's not common. It's not as common as a water flood. You're absolutely in the right position to be asking questions. It is done, but it's not nearly as common as a water flood.
So my last question is at least my understanding is that you submitted the application to COGCC in January for this particular portion of, I think, your overall gas capture plan. Understanding that you were working some of this stuff out through the year allowance that was created through the mission change rulemaking. Why January to get this particular application in?
So I will jump in there first. We actually submitted it on December 3rd, and then it went through permitting review, and it took until January 21st for us to complete that review to make the changes necessary.
Completion?
Yes, exactly. So it was submitted on December 3rd.
And as
right, but the actual the necessary information provided in the application was in January, right?
I would say we just made one tiny change in the January 21st. We just amended the name of APCD pending well pads to APCD pending air permit well pads, but otherwise it was largely adhered to the rules.
All right. Thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate it.
Thank you, thank you, sir.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thanks, Chair. First, I've got a question to kind of clear up a knowledge gap that I have, because we've talked about this in different ways. So I'm going to ask about the pipeline that's planned to go to Kremling, scheduled for completion in 3 to 5 years, maybe more in the 5-year timeframe. Now, we've talked about this as Plan B. When I hear Plan B, I hear contingency, I hear alternative. Is it my understanding this is not a contingency? This is going to be a certainty that there will be a pipeline that comes to the field?
I don't know if I would call it a certainty, because some things are, as you know, we've got to go over BLM land, and we've got federal, county, state regulations, but it is clearly our goal and working forward towards that. I mean, as you know, and because you've been out there, Commissioner, it's very different than the Front Range. The Front Range is well developed. There's pipelines everywhere. You're only going to have to lay a line of, a few hundred feet or a few thousand feet, and it's farmland. We're actually going to be running over some mountains, across a few rivers. So yes, certainty. I'm not sure I could say the word certainty, but it's definitely, and when we talk about Plan B, it's actually not a contingency, sir. We have Plan A, Plan B, and Plan C, which are all going concurrently, because Plan A talks about what we have right today. Plan B and Plan C are what is going to be for the future. So it's not really a contingency, and maybe I'm using the wrong word by saying Plan B, but our goal is one of those two projects or both will be up and running. It's going to take probably 5 years, like you said, but certainty in the world of pipelines and permitting, I don't think I can give you that.
Yeah, and I understand that. I appreciate that. In terms of, I have been out there. I am aware of D90's kind of situated field production, what have you, and really the situation that it's been in up to this point because of that. And so when I ask about certainty, I'm not talking about time frame. I'm talking more about a long-term solution that is going to be a backstop to what's being presented here today as more near-term solutions. So that's really what I was leaning towards in my question.
And was I able to answer that, or would you like me to expand a little further?
Well, I'm curious about, so tell me, if there's no pipeline that comes out that way, what is what's the other long-term solution that I may have missed in the discussion?
Oh, okay. So we have two options that we could do, and we could actually do them both. The other option is there's a WAPA line, which is, I can't remember what that stands for, but it's a high voltage transmission line. And one of our goals from almost from the beginning was, I wonder if we could sell back to the grid. Well, we were told very clearly, you're not selling back to the grid. Mountain Parks has no interest in taking the electricity, but the interstate line does. And so what we've looked at is setting a gas-fired turbine someplace in our field that would be able to generate electricity from this gas, which would be the gas that's going to be developed in the future. Laying a line from our field, which is now going to have to be a high voltage line just north of Walden, and we will connect into the WAPA line, which is the interstate line, and sell electricity instead of sell gas. And I really like that option a lot. Power lines don't look pretty, but they have the ability to fill in the gap that Tri-States is about to have. Because we met with Tri-States 6 months ago, and we were talking about the fact that they're shutting down the Hayden plant, and I think also the Craig plant, and asking, where's your gas? Where's your electricity going to come from? And they said, well, we're working on it. And so I'd love to be part of that solution. If we could we're talking about putting a 9.3 megawatt generator right on our pad and bringing that electricity and putting it into the system that Tri-States could use, it could be awesome. But these, again, are things that, yes, we're planning for it, and our goal is to get them done. Can't offer you certainty, but I can tell you from a certainty standpoint, they are things we are pursuing. So they are certainly things that we are pursuing, we're spending money on, and our goal is to get them done.
And I appreciate that, and goals are important, and working towards those goals are important. I'm, as I mentioned, I'm not ignorant to the situation of D90 out there, but I'm also not interested in just a pure indefinite, flaring blank check, essentially, right? And so without having that backstop or really the knowledge of, hey, this is what's going to happen at some point, right? And we don't know which is going to happen. We don't know when it's going to happen. We don't know when that trigger point exists that goes from being a plan to being an implemented operation, right? And I'm not talking about implemented operation in terms of when it's finished. I'm talking about when it starts and it's moving towards, you know, a certain end. And so I guess, is there any kind of certainty? I will use that word again, because I know that's a tricky one though. But is there any kind of certainty you can give us in terms of, hey, look, we have these near-term solutions. We know that there are risks associated with it. Obviously, your EOR program is a pilot. It may not, you know, work as well as you hope. Hopefully, it does. You know, the generators and the data energy, or the energy being used by Crusoe on site, you know, we don't know how long that's going to be a going concern for. We can assume it's going to be a long time. But what's the backstop that we have that these near-term solutions will at some point be long-term solutions?
So the near-term solutions that we have right now are long-term solutions by themselves. Running the generators, running all of our, electrifying our field is a long-term solution. Our goal is to keep generators out there using all of that gas long-term. That's our goal. With regards to the enhanced oil recovery project, we did an injection test and we got nice looking results from it. So pretty confident that we're going to be able to put natural gas into our reservoir with your permission. So as for Crusoe, it's not our company, so I can't tell you that they're going to be doing this forever. But yes, but keep in mind, I think there's really a sort of a little disconnect, Commissioner, that there's really two issues. One is the gas that we have today, and that's what we're talking about having a solution for. We don't need the pipeline, and we don't need to sell electricity back to the interstate line unless we do additional drilling. And the drilling, the rules are very clear. We can't really go off and drill wells if we don't have a home for the gas. We can't just go off and come back to you and say, oh, we hadn't thought about the gas and now we need another variance. It doesn't work that way. We understand that. And so we have plans for this year's gas, and that's going to be utilizing the Crusoe continuing to use Crusoe modules for that. Next year's gas, same kind of concept with regards to as we look at drilling. And beyond that, we really hope that, hope is because of the regulatory environment, is that if we get in a position where if it's, let's say, our third-year drilling program, and Crusoe said, we're done, we can't put any more out there. We can't drill a third-year drilling program. We understand that. We're not going to come to you and say, okay, we're going to drill a bunch of wells in year 3. And oh, by the way, the pipeline is 2 more years away. That's a non-starter. And so our goal is to stay current with it. What we're asking for today relates to the near term, and that near term also runs long term as it relates to these wells. Did I miss the question? I hope not.
I think you did your best to answer the question. It doesn't sound like, you know, that I'm really going to get the certainty that I'm looking for, the backstop that I'm looking for. And so, you know, I'm going to pivot to a couple more specific questions.
Okay.
So in regards to the EOR project and the 23,000 MCF per month planned reduction, what's your confidence level on achieving that?
Very high. Like I just mentioned, we actually did an injection test with a couple hundred barrels of oil. We didn't want to put water into the reservoir. And it looks like the Niobrara will accept injection, which is really cool. And it's important. And natural gas obviously has a great deal less viscosity than oil. So we're very confident that we're going to be able to put this gas away.
All right, then let me ask you about this this minor volumes well pads volume of 4,700 MCF per month. And do I understand that correctly, that that's essentially gas that's part of existing operations that just doesn't have a home or can't be accounted for in these other projects that are listed? Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, sir. It really covers 2 things. Some of it relates to pads that are very remote, that are not, you know, they're nowhere near any of our other wells. And some of it relates to the fact that we're just trying to balance the system. So we've got all this equipment out there, it's burning gas. We have an estimate of how much it's going to take to burn, and then will it burn that much or not? We're at 8,000 feet. Everything gets derated because of the temperature and the elevation. So it's two-part. One of it is to continue to see how much gas we have, if we can find a home for some of these remote pads. And the other part is going to be a balancing act. But and again, as I think I believe it was in the variance, Kathleen will correct me, or Dave, I believe that was a time limited, 6 months done. We have to have our act together with regards to those minor volumes, and then that variance goes away.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I just want to make sure that there's an acknowledgement and understanding that, you know, if there is not approval either from APCD or from COGCC on these permits, then there would be no flaring allowed, right? It would have to require either to be shut in or an alternative mechanism developed. There's no coming back for another variance application because a particular initial plan didn't work out. I mean, is that pretty much understood here?
Kathleen, Dave, could you help me with regards to what exactly the words were that we asked for?
I can take a look.
But yes, the understanding is I believe the variance is open-ended in terms of until we get the approval. What I don't know how to answer your question is specifically what happens if it's flatly turned down, because that was not something we had anticipated. We anticipated a delay, not a no. So I'm going to have to.
Well, if the language that's being proposed is, you know, allowing to be flared until the plan gets approved, then that's a different thing than upon the point of decision, right? So which is it?
So, Dave, you want to take that?
No, go right ahead, Kathleen.
Well, I mean, in our variance application, we request a variance until APCD approves D90 Energy's pending permits for its generators, based on the anticipation in our conversations with APCD that these applications would be approved.
Commissioner Messner, if your suggestion is that a variance should be limited temporarily until the decision is made, I mean, I think that would be a reasonable position for the commission to take. Okay, I don't think we would come back and say if the APCD permits were denied, we get to continue to flare because they haven't been approved, and so we can flare indefinitely. That's not anyone's plan here. We do believe that they're going to be approved. We've got no reason to believe that they won't be approved.
The spirit of what we're asking for, Commissioner, is not open-ended. We've been told by the APCD that it's just time. If it turns out that they actually are turned down, that's not the spirit of what we're asking for. And if there's some modification, Dave, that we have to make that more clear of the spirit of what we're asking for, yes, Commissioner, it's not open-ended. The spirit is, we've been told there's a time limit that's going to take to get these approved. We're asking you for that time. We're not asking, if they say no, we're not, the variance is not asking you for a blanket variance if they say no. That wasn't the spirit at all.
Well, and I appreciate that. When I read it, it said until they were approved, right?
You're right.
And so this
right,
is
Commissioner.
a long time, right? So, and that would be both COGCC and APCD or APCD. So yeah, to me, it's the decision point, right? It's the decision point of the application would be the timeline.
Commissioner Messner, to segue off of that, I think that the language ought to be until the initial APCD and COGCC decisions are made. And I put in the word initial because I don't want, and I know this is not what's happening here, Mr. Neslin, but I don't want a appeal of the decision that takes 3 years to get up to the Supreme Court and then come back and then the flaring still happening.
That's not our spirit at all, Commissioner.
I know, that's why I felt like you'd be acceptable to the language.
Yeah, Commissioner, my only suggestion is we would want to be clear that there may be some back and forth with respect to the APCD and COGCC decisions. Right?
Yeah, I'm not foreclosing that there is dialogue during permitting process. I'm just saying that, you know, it's going to come to us for hearing at some point. We're going to make a decision, and then that's the day. And the same thing for APCD.
I think we understand that, Commissioner Chairman.
Commissioner Messner, I interrupted you. Apologies. Did you?
No, that was good. I think you got what I was trying to say.
A lot of really great questions from commissioners. I just wanted to follow up on one piece, and you didn't spend a lot of time on this in your application or in the testimony. But if the variances are not granted, and thus you need to shut in the wells, there was some testimony that that could be detrimental to the reservoir. Could you expound on an answer to the ramifications of shut-in?
Would you like me to respond directly, Commissioner or Chairman, to as it relates to the reservoir, or would you like me to go through the other potential hardships?
I'm just looking at that one potential hardship. I heard the others, the financial revenues and other things, but I just wanted some additional information about that particular piece, what it might do to your wells.
So the reservoir in this case it's a shale, and it's very tight, and so it obviously has to be fracked. In the fracture process, you inject a great deal of sand into the reservoir to hold it open so you can produce. The damage that we could have from the reservoir and shutting it in is that, for lack of a better word, that highway that the frac sets up can close. And the longer the wells are shut in, the higher the likelihood that that fracture would close. So the ability of the reservoir to produce could be damaged significantly by being shut in for any length of time. Obviously, things happen where you're shut down for a week or so or something like that with a workover. But if you're talking about months of not producing, it's very possible, for lack of a better word, the fracture can close back up, and the reservoir itself isn't harmed, but the ability to get the oil out of the reservoir could be irreparably harmed. Once the fracture closes and it absorbs back into the shale itself, you can't just reopen it when you turn the well back on. I hope that helps.
Thank you. Further questions, Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one more question, and this is just a question because I can't find it. I mean, I've got it in my notes. So I assume I read it in the application, but there was indication that there was a connection point north of these operations, right? Am I making that up, or was that in the application that there was some opportunity to connect north as well, 60 or 90 miles?
So what I'm assuming that the application is not, this is not referring to electrical, that this, I'm assuming you're asking about a gas connection?
Correct. Well, that's what I have in my notes for them.
Right. There is a gas line that goes into Walden from the north. It's not an interstate line. It's I believe it's Tallgrass is the company that owns the line. It's a very small line, has no capacity. And by the way, it's going the wrong direction. So it
No, I
goes-
think that I read it somewhere that it was in Rollins or somewhere around Rollins, although
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. That's the other direction that you could go, is there are several lines that run along I-80, but it's the same distance. So yes, if you could go north, and there are connection points along I-80 for both crude, oddly, both crude and natural gas, but I believe you're right that the gas connection is more towards Rollins, which is about 80 miles and covers some pretty tough terrain. There is an oil connection. I believe it's closer to Laramie, but again, it's all about 60 miles, not 10 or 12 miles at all, sir. The only gas line in the area that is closer than that is that one line that goes south into Walden. And so obviously that's not available to us.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Any further questions for the panel? All right, seeing no further questions, I believe that we move into the phase of the afternoon that is Commissioner deliberation on docket 2112-00233. Anyone care to initiate deliberations? Commissioner McGowan?
I'm not going last. So I appreciate the operator's creativity and trying to figure out how to meet the rule. And I think the rule doesn't say how you get there, it just asks you to get there. And so I'm appreciative of that. I'm a little concerned that this is kind of a medium-term solution, not necessarily short-term. And I would like to see something from the operator that shows, and I don't know if it's a check-in, and I don't want to do a condition of approval, but try to maybe add to this request. And I don't know if I have the authority to do that, or so maybe AAG Davenport can help me out here. If we could add, I'd like to know what the long-term plan is for the operator and progress on that plan. If the other commissioners are open to that. And I also would be interested to know about any kind of noise impacts from these Caruso modules. I think they're going to be used by other operators. I think we're going to start seeing it. And I think it would be nice for us to have some just information and data about it. I'll stop there for now. That's kind of what I'm thinking, but I know I hear some things from other commissioners. I'm trying to figure out how we might address.
Why don't we hear from other commissioners and then we can bring AAG Davenport to the fore. He's probably drafting as we speak, so that could be helpful. Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a little bit of a tough one for me. There was certainly contemplation and understanding that the particular location that these wells are in was going to be a challenge, and that there needed to be some flexibility as far as allowing a comprehensive gas gathering plan to be put together for operators in Jackson County. There was actually an extension of the dates that would allow flaring by a year, specifically for the situation in Jackson County. I do actually appreciate the work that has gone into this by the operator as far as developing some creative solutions to the situation. I'm concerned that they're pretty short-term in their applicability, and that ultimately the long-term solution here from both a gas and oil standpoint is gathering systems to sales lines to the north. But at the same time, I think that, having seen some of the permits be approved by APCD for the generators, I don't have any belief that the additional permits would necessarily get denied. I think it is important to change the language that would allow for that to happen should APCD decide that happens. I do have some concerns just generally about this shift from the grid to natural gas production on site. I mean, I get it that there's a resource on site that they're utilizing to generate electricity for 30% of the overall electricity use, but I also think our grids, it took some time to look at Mountain States, Tri-States portfolios and how much of it's renewable versus coal and their future goals, and it's all shifting more and more, away from coal towards renewables and natural gas for that matter. And so I don't know as it's a net benefit to utilize the natural gas on site, but I don't know as it's a net loss either. And so I don't know, I don't really have a big heartburn about that, but I wouldn't necessarily consider that a net benefit. I'm concerned about just what happens to this operation should Crusoe go away, should the enhanced recovery not be as successful as they hoped, and now they're dependent on just electricity generated by the generators on site, which is going to require shutting in, of best I can tell, over 50% of their operations. And so, I really would like to see a more thoughtful long-term solution so that there is that ability to have longevity for operations in Jackson County. So, having rambled about that a little bit, I do think there's an undue hardship associated with this. I think that we acknowledge that through the mission change rulemaking. We knew this was going to be a challenging situation. I think the operator's trying to address that. I'm okay with giving a very limited window to see if approval can be gained for additional APCD permits for their generators and COGCC permits for their enhanced recovery. But and so to me, that's like May-ish. And so I'm not going to put a timeline on it because I know that APCD needs time to review those, but I'm guessing it's a very short timeline here that we're talking about. But anything else that needs to be flared outside of what's being proposed here, I'm gonna have a very hard time with as a commissioner. And so I don't see this as an opportunity to come back for additional variance requests, but a one-time opportunity to address the situation. And so that's where I'm at right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Messner. I would, echo some of those concerns, but I think this is sort of self-fulfilling. If we grant the variances now, I do want to have that language about the initial approvals kind of stuff. But if we grant them and then down the road, Caruso goes away or the enhanced recovery is not working, they either will have figured out plan B or that, with the pipeline, or they're going to have to shut in because the variances are going to go away. So I think they've met the 5-pronged elements for the request as generated today. My language on that I developed off of your idea, Commissioner Messner, is that the variance is contingent on APCD and COGCC approvals are valid until the initial APCD and COGCC decisions are made, or something like that. Other commissioners with deliberative thoughts? Commissioner Nanjapa, and then Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think I'm in alignment with what you and Commissioner Messner have said, and share the concerns that Commissioner McGowan said as well in terms of the long-term viability of some of these solutions. That, as Commissioner Messner said, this is a tough one, and I think those are my greatest concerns, is kind of what happens next, but I appreciate your point, Chair Robbins, that, it's self-fulfilling. At some point we'll know whether or not it's working. And if not, then really the other option is shutting in. So I agree with you that the 5 points of 502C have been met, and I would be open with the language that you and Commissioner Messner proposed, to a limited term variance.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, are you done, Commissioner Nanjapa?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I was taking notes. Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And, we did know about this a long time ago, right? This is part of mission change. We thought about this. We knew about what was going on in Jackson County. D90 has put in a lot of work and a lot of foresight into the projects in anticipating the transaction and taking over from Sandridge and what they've done to date. And it still seems like there's a lot of work to do. There's a lot of uncertainties and some unknowns in terms of approvals. And so I think the language is being proposed by Chair Robbins and Commissioner Messner is appropriate. This was an area that didn't really have any plans for the gas management. When I think about the creative way for which the gas is intended to be addressed and the flaring is intended to be eliminated, it does seem that it is indeed not routine flaring, right? And that's one of the things that we eliminated and made very clear that we were not going to tolerate under mission change. And I don't see this as routine flaring. I see this as planned, and I see it as solution oriented. Now, that being said, I'm emphasizing the word plan there, right? Plans can fall through. I'm hoping that there is success for D90 here. I'm hoping that there is success for these operations in Jackson County. And should plans fall through and flaring does become routine, I'd probably have a different view on this. That being said, I would appreciate updates on implementation of these projects, along with any kind of contemplation for how they're working, the evolution and the evergreen nature of looking at plans B and plan C would also be helpful in those updates as well. So that's kind of where I'm sitting on that.
Okay. With those thoughts in mind, is any commissioner brave enough to try to capture all this in a motion? Do we need AG Davenport, Assistance Commissioner McGowan, on your thoughts? There he is.
Hello, commissioners. Commissioner McGowan, what I think I understood you to say is you would like some periodic reporting from the applicant.
Yes, and
on specific matters.
Yes, thank you. And then tying into, I think Commissioner Gonzalez maybe was building on what I was trying to get at, which is, I think all of us are saying Plan A is creative. We appreciate what you're trying to do, attempts to meet the rule. We want to give you some space to get your permits and approve the variance. I think, well, I'm not sure about Commissioner Robbins because I haven't heard him, Chair Robbins, say, but I think the rest of us want to know what is Plan B or C, and are you making progress on it? Because this probably isn't the long-term permanent solution. And so I'm not sure how to ask for that, or maybe that's what I would like to ask for.
Do you have an idea on how often you would like to receive those reports?
Well, I think it's going to take a while for them to get put together what it is that they proposed as part A. And so I guess I would ask my other commissioners what they think too, but maybe, annually.
Commissioner, I think I saw Nanjapa, then Gonzalez.
Yeah, thank you. I think, did I understand correctly that the application is, the best case scenario is by July of this year or sooner, that these, that the permits would be approved from APCD. And so I'm wondering if maybe, you know, if not every 6 months, at least an initial report around then, and then, you know, maybe some subsequent reports in terms of how the overall measures are working. And maybe those subsequent ones are once per year. That's just a proposal for you all.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Commissioner Nanjap. I was kind of thinking the same way. I was having a hard time with kind of the recurring nature of what they may look like. I'm thinking 6 months from now, we'd like to hear from the operator from D90. Perhaps at that time, flaring is done. Everything's working. All the volumes are taken care of. The EOR project's a success. You know, you have all your permits and they're put into implementation from APCD. And if that's the case, I'd like a report just to kind of close out the conversation. And at that point, I don't think I would need any further reporting unless flaring becomes a necessity or a request in the future. So I would say, you know, my proposal would be to let's hear from you guys in 6 months, and then we may ask for additional follow-ups from there.
Okay, Commissioner Gonzalez. I'm sorry, Commissioner Messner. I'm looking at Commissioner Messner and I'm saying the wrong commissioner's name.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I don't have a problem with what's being proposed here. I just want to point out, at least the way that I'm reading this, is that we would be, you know, approving a variance from Rule 903 until the APCD issues its decision on D90 Energy's pending permits for its generators. Also, regarding the mutual S8 pilot enhanced operator recovery project, what D90 is requesting is a variance until the commission issues its decision on the D90's Energy Form 31 permit and Form 33 permit. And that the minor volumes well pads, D90 Energy requests a variance until it receives a decision from APCD for the APCD pending air permit well pads. And so once those permits are issued, flaring stops. And I just want to make that clear, is that it's not, hey, let's wait until we have everything in place in order to be able to do the enhanced operations recovery. It is, you know, permits are approved or not approved, flaring stops. That's what the request is in the application, and that's what I would be good with in the decision here. Again, I'm anticipating at least the generator and the COGCC decision to happen by May. I guess it's a little more unclear to me as to when the minor APCD minor pad APCD permit would be reviewed or potentially approved or denied.
Commissioner Messner, that makes me think I've got a question for the applicant, and if I could, and that is that true or is that doable? In other words, if you receive the APCD permit approvals on July 1, you stop flaring on July 1, or is there a subsequent period of time in which you act upon that approval and go do some things and then you stop flaring? And the same thing for the enhanced oil recovery piece. I mean, is it July 2, you're done, or is there work that then happens based upon that approval? And if my thinking on that is that may be the case, Commissioner Messner, we may need to build in some period of time. You got 30 days, or I don't know if what I'm saying is right, wrong, or otherwise. So Mr. Neslin or your client.
Yeah, let me ask Mr. Daniel to respond to that question, Chair.
So with regards to the enhanced oil recovery project, you bring up an excellent point, Chairman. We're going to have to go ahead and get a very specialized compressor to do this project. And so if we have no indication what yay or nay on the direction of the project until the hearing in May, you're absolutely correct, sir. We're going to need about 60 days to get that compressor brought to us. So what we would be looking at with as it relates to the enhanced oil recovery project is it's not going to be turn the switch the day we get approval. We're going to be ordering a really large compressor the day we get the approval. We'll have been talking to them ahead of time. I would love to have 60 days. If you tell me 30 days, it's whatever it works for you as a group, obviously. But we do need a little bit of time as it relates to the enhanced oil recovery project because it's a very expensive piece of equipment that we will need to order. With regards to the APCD permits, that's going to be maybe not the next day, but boy, it's going to be fast because all the generators we own. And so that's going to go very fast. Now, some of the installation we have to hold off on because some pads have different permits as they relate to the APCD. Some of them, you're not allowed to put any equipment out there until you actually have a permit. Some of them, it's different. So depending on the size. So yes, we're not going to need a lot of time as it relates to the APCD permits. The enhanced oil recovery, it'd be great if you could give me a couple months, sir, to be able to get the compressor out there because it is a specialized piece of equipment that's going to be coming out of West Texas.
All right, with that development, commissioners, what are folks' thoughts? Commissioner Najapa?
I'm wondering if thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the additional explanation. That's helpful. I'm wondering if we could use some language that we've used in the past that's something along the lines of as soon as practicable, but no later than 60 days or something like that with respect to yeah, I'm just thinking, I understand that there may be a little time that would be needed, but to encourage it to be as soon as possible, maybe something like that, in addition to the language that you had proposed previously.
That's fine with me, Commissioner Najapa. And then maybe for the APCD, it's as soon as practicable, but no later than 5 days or something. Thoughts, commissioners? AG Davenport, please weigh in as well.
Well, Commissioners, so what I'm contemplating is language and emotion. What I'm reading into your discussion is the commission is aligned on granting the application generally, but with modifications, which is fine. The modifications are fine. I'm anticipating language that states that the granted variance will terminate at a specific date. In other words, for the mutual S8 pilot EOR project, the variance will terminate. This is what I've written: 60 days after the commission approves the necessary Form 31 and Form 33 permit applications. The as soon as practicable language doesn't work very well in that, because as soon as practicable, at least in my view, goes to how quickly the applicant is trying to move on things. So I'm going to need to kind of rework in that as soon as practicable language.
I think you could just work in that the commission's motion indicated the commission's desire that the applicant act as quickly as possible, or whatever we want to say. And then that's a separate sentence from the termination piece.
I do have a follow-up question.
Okay, go ahead. And then Mr. Chair. Commissioner Messner raising his hand.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Messner.
Well, you answer or ask your follow-up question. No.
Okay. I am wondering if the commission would like to include language about when the variance terminates if there is a denial of any of the necessary permit applications?
However long it takes them to shut in the wells. I mean, what's a necessary and reasonable time in that instance? In my opinion. Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was my question, is how to handle denials. I don't know if 72 hours is a reasonable timeline or whether a week is a reasonable timeline. I'll leave it to Commissioner Gonzalez, who's our industry rep for that one. But I do think there needs to be different for an approval versus a denial. And to me, I mean, we could put sooner than language in there, but this, I mean, at that point, you're just saying 60 days anyway. So you might as well just say 60 days, because the soon as practicable to me just means that people are going to take 60 days. So, so if that makes it easier, I mean, 60 days does give me a little bit of a heartburn, particularly if we're looking at an extended APCD review, but doesn't sound like it's going to take that long, will it, Commissioner Haggett?
I unfortunately don't know the answer to that one, but I wouldn't anticipate it taking much longer than that if it takes that long.
All right. Where are we then, AG Davenport, in encapsulating this into something we can act upon? And as you're mulling that over, I will recognize Attorney Neslin.
Commissioners, we appreciate all of your hard work on this afternoon and your efforts to get this right. And we just want to ensure that to the extent that you're setting forth dates, that they're the right date. Mr. Silverman, responded about the EOR project and how long it would actually take them once the permitting decision is made, if the decision is to approve it. I wonder if we could ask Mr. Silverman or one of his colleagues how long, whether in fact, with respect to the APCD permit decision, 5 days is sufficient time for that purpose, or whether they would need more time to get those particular generators installed and operating. And if the decisions are to deny these permits, if they could also provide you input, how much time would they need to actually shut in wells as a result of the denials?
So with regards to the second one, shutting in wells, I believe one of the commissioners has said 72 hours. It doesn't take long to shut in wells. If the variance is not valid, then obviously we don't want to be in a position where we're operating out of the spirit of the agreement. So if we're denied, then a week, great. 72 hours, either one. It doesn't take very long to shut in a well. You're correct. With regards to the APCD, some of the APCD permits, as I mentioned, you're not allowed to do any construction until you actually have the permits. So the generator may be sitting in our yard, but it's not on location. And so I would ask if it's possible, in some cases they can be done very quickly, but in general, we're going to need 30 days. If the permission from the APCD comes in and it's a construction permit that says, okay, you can now start construction, I can't get that done in 5 days. 30 days, absolutely. Assuming it's not the dead of winter. But yes, I would really love to have the opportunity to have some flexibility on the APCDs, because 5 days in some cases may be easy. All we have to do is connect it and it's good to go. But in a lot of the cases, we can't actually do anything by regulation until we actually have the approval. It's a construction permit. So the answer to the question in a long-winded way, it'd be wonderful, Dave, if we could get a 30-day window on the approval from the APCDs, and obviously the enhanced oil recovery. I'm going to be talking to the compressor guy long before this goes on, so he'll be teed up. but that 60 days is pretty important. It's a big piece of equipment that's going to have to be moved in. So 60 days for the enhanced oil recovery is something that's very doable. The APCDs, I'd love to have 30 days if you're willing to give us some relief there.
And if I could clarify, that the language as soon as practicable, if some of the permits, APCD permits, are not construction permits and we can get it done in less than 30 days, we would do so. Is that correct?
Absolutely, sir. It'll be as fast as possible. And, there's no benefit for us to wait, obviously.
Okay, thank you for that follow-up. With all of that, AG Davenport, do you want me to usher in a 5-10 minute break, and then you can, I'd kind of like to get this on a document that you could screen share so that we all are very aware of what the motion is. Is that okay? Putting you on the spot.
That would be helpful, Mr. Chair, if we could take a 10-minute break.
Okay, let's return at 2:56.
Okay.
Okay, AG Davenport, were you able to spend that time and come up with some ideas for us?
I believe I was, Mr. Chair. I'm sharing my screen right now. I hope that, can you all see that?
No. Okay, now you did.
Okay. Sorry, it was taking my internet a minute to figure it out. What I've done here is the language in bold is the language for the motion. I thought it might be helpful to include a quote, which is not in bold, from the applicant's application, which states the request for the variance. So you can see where I pulled that language from. But the bolded language is the motion language. The unbolded language is a quote from the applicant's application that is not intended to be included in the motion language. So the general motion language is move to grant the application in this docket number with the following amendments. And then because I read 3 different requests for variances, I have 3 different sections of language for each request. They all follow the same general pattern, which is if the necessary permit is granted, the variance will terminate, depending on which it is, 30 or 60 days after the approval. If it is denied, the variance will terminate 72 hours after denial. For the APCD pending air permit well pads, it's 30 days after APCD approves or 72 hours after denial. For the mutual S8 project, 60 days after commission approves or 72 hours after commission denies. The one that's slightly more complex, and give me a thumbs up if you looked at this language, because I've made it hopefully big enough that you can see it, but that means you can't see all 3 sections. So with your permission, I'll scroll down a little bit to see the 3rd one.
Yeah, scroll down.
This one was a little more complicated because, as I rate it, D90's request is it needs both agencies' approvals. And so what I've done in this language is say that if both approvals are received, it will terminate 6 days after commission approval or 30 days after APCD, whichever period creates the later termination date. In other words, if the applicant needs both approvals, then, for example, let's say the APCD gives the approval a week from now, but then that 30-day time period would start to run potentially. But if the commission doesn't even hear these applications for quite some time, as I understood it, we'd still want to give 60 days. So my language here is intended to just, whichever permit approval comes later, that is the time period that applies. And for denial, it's just 72 hours after they get the denial, since as I understood it, a denial of either type of permit would conclude the ability to use this operation or make it so that the operation could not be used.
And then you've got the last sort of notion from commission.
Right, so two more provisions, regardless of the deadline set herein, the commission still expects the applicant to take all actions necessary to halt flaring as quickly as possible. And finally, Commissioner McGowan, this is my attempt to encapsulate your request, the very last sentence there. I've added a provision that the commission may require additional reporting after that. September 9th, 2022 is 6 months from today. It's a Friday, by the way.
Very good. AAG Davenport, appreciate the wordsmithing. Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, AAG Davenport, for that. I think that captures what we had discussed. My question is whether we need to clarify associated MCFs or flaring amounts, because each of those activities could happen at different times and they have associated assumed flaring percentages, which is why I was asking some of those questions initially. Like the generators are going to cover a certain percentage of MCF, and the minor pad was going to cover 4% or something like that, and the enhanced recovery was going to cover 20%, and so there was some associated figures in the application with that in the PowerPoint. And so, I mean, I'm okay with referencing testimony today as to what those amounts were, but I wouldn't want it to read or be assumed that you could just continue to flare 100% of the gas until the latest of these, gets approved or denied. You know what I mean?
Hold on just 1 second. Okay, sorry, commissioners, I'm not sure if, I do understand your point, Commissioner Messner. Do we need further discussion on this, or should I start working on some language?
Everyone understand what I was saying?
Okay. Everybody good? Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yeah, I kind of want to clarify Commissioner Messer's intent here. Are we talking about fixed volume amounts? Are we talking about a cap here? Are we talking about a range? I know that there were estimates put into the application and the testimony that we heard today. Are you suggesting that how are you suggesting that we deal with putting these amounts in a way in the, with some firmness, I guess, in the order?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, there was a table that was provided by the applicant in their presentation. I'm fine utilizing that table if it's accurate. I'm also okay generally referencing that table and testimony and understanding that it's an estimate and that I think we could get close, and I'm okay with that. What I'm most concerned about is that there's not this assumption that, gas can be flared for whatever reason up until the latest date associated with this variance. And so I wanted to put some bookends on it. I think there was some discussion during testimony here around this is what the different things are going to cover. And I just would like that to be captured so there's no confusion or potential conflict around this particular topic at some point in the future. And so, I mean, as the applicant's PowerPoint is part of the record, we could just reference those numbers, but. I am not a lawyer though, so you do not want me writing this.
AG Davenport, do you have some ideas?
Well, I do. I think I want to note before I respond completely, the ultimate end product here will be a written order that encapsulates the entire proceedings and the commission's findings, et cetera. So unlike, I think, maybe our rulemaking exercises where we're trying to craft language that will become permanent, I think I can get some general idea as long as the main concept is captured and work that into an order later.
I think
So
that's fine. And I also note that Mr. Neslin has raised his hand. Let's recognize him. He might have some ideas as well.
Commissioners, I wanted to raise another wrinkle, and that is with respect to the APCD permit applications. I think Mr. Davenport's language treats them all as essentially one application for purposes of timing of the 30 days or 72 hours running, but they may be issued at different times. There are a series of applications pending. One may be acted upon one day, and then there may be several weeks before others are acted upon. And so I would just think we want some language making it clear that the decision will apply, these temporal periods will apply to each pending application individually.
okay.
Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then back to Commissioner Mesner's request. I'm wondering if the amounts are necessary for gas capture versus as these permits are approved, our expectation is the activity associated with the permit gets implemented, right? And I'm not sure that the exact amount that's going to get captured by that permit is necessary versus the point I think you're trying to make, which is we don't want you to wait until the end of the very last permit and then you start doing everything. As your permits get approved, you start implementing the work from the permit, if I'm understanding correctly.
But like AAG Davenport indicated, I think that could be captured in the order. And so I think if we reference that in the motion, then the details could be captured in the order.
And commissioners, in that regard, Mr. Chair, may I?
Please.
I did want to clarify in regard to the amounts of gas flared or captured, if the commission's intent is, as I believe Commissioner Gonzalez asked, if that's intended to be some kind of hard cap or encouragement, or I'm unclear as to the commission's intent in regard to those amounts.
Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, my guess is that the applicant didn't intend those to be a cap. I think it was probably a guess as to what the utilization of those of the gas would be based on the activity presented. I think Commissioner McGowan nailed it, that the gist of this is that as an individual APCD or COGCC permit gets approved, then the associated flaring with that needs to be eliminated within 60 days. And so, again, I mean, I'm okay utilizing that table as a reference as an example of generally what has been anticipated to be the amounts associated with the different activities, but I don't know as it needs to be a cap.
So then is it, if I may state the intent the way it is, this is more similar to the expectation that the applicant will take necessary actions as quickly as possible. This is more an expectation that the flaring or capture reduction, it's the commission's expectation that that reduction of flaring or the capture will be commensurate with what was presented here today, or
Commensurate with what was presented and or in the application. I mean, that's good enough for at least this commissioner. Mr. Neslin, as he's typing, are your clients acceptable with regard to where we've gone with the language? Not that I have to have your consent, but it's nice to ask.
No, I appreciate that, Chair Robbins. If I could ask Daniel and his colleagues, they've had a chance to see this, whether they have any concerns with the language set forth here.
And before Daniel, and I'm sorry, I can't remember his last name, so I'll call him by first name. But before he answers, or as he answers, can he also opine to the use of the word the installed generators, as opposed to perhaps that should be compressors?
Am I unmuted? Yes. We're, other than the enhanced oil recovery project, everything is a generator. So the only place we should use the word compressor will be the mutual S8 pilot EOR project. There will be no generator associated with that. It's going to be, it will be a compressor only, sir. Chairman.
Go down, AG Davenport. So I think there in the middle where it says to operate the installed generators, perhaps we should just say or compressors. That gives them, that captures the two different methods of moving forward. Is that right, Daniel?
That is absolutely correct, Chairman.
Okay, other than that, this language is workable.
And Mr. Chair, may I?
Go ahead.
So I did acknowledge Mr. Neslin's comment that it's not just one great big group of APCD permits, that there are different permits for each well pad. This is my attempt to capture that concept. That language can definitely be cleaned up and improved upon in the course of drafting the order, but I did intend to capture Mr. Neslin's comment that the time periods run pad by pad and permit by permit rather than just one great big group of permits.
Daniel, does that language appear to reflect, appear sufficient from your standpoint?
Yes, that language reflects what's going to happen in the field, that yes, we won't wait till we have all of them to do the work. We will do them as we get the permits. So yes, that does reflect the reality on the ground for that, where this cursor was just right now.
I had one other comment, and that was towards the bottom of the motion, where you are saying that regardless of the deadline set herein, the commission expects the applicant will take necessary actions to halt flaring as quickly as possible. I'm just concerned that the take necessary actions to halt flaring as quickly as possible could be read to supersede the deadlines that are set forth above. And so I wonder if it might be more clear to say halt flaring as quickly as possible following the referenced permitting decisions or something to that effect. To make it clear that the expectation is we will halt flaring as quickly as possible after the permitting decisions are made.
I'm good with that. Mr. Neslin. Commissioner Najap has been raising her hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This could be overkill, and I'll look to AAG Davenport if it is. But I'm just wondering if, with respect to the termination of the variance after 72 hours, and especially in the event of a denial, if we should also say in there that would result in or would require the operator to shut in the wells. If that's not necessary, if it's implied, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure we were very clear on what the expected outcome was.
Mr. Chair, may I? Commissioner Najapa, my intent was simply to state that the variance will terminate, I think, and then the operator, once the variance terminates, has to take appropriate actions. Maybe that's shut in, maybe it's something else. I think, you know, depending on a change in circumstances out there, a shut-in could be only one option, and the operator could do something else. That would still be in accordance with commission rules. So that is why I did not include a mandate of shut-in.
With that, you're good? Okay. All right. Any final deliberation discussion?
All right. Commissioners, I put the full motion on the screen. I realize that makes the language smaller, but it's all up there now.
I was just going to look for a motion to approve Kyle Davenport's motion.
So moved.
Commissioner McGowan?
Sorry, and you all can disagree with me. Are folks not interested in getting some noise measurements also, or would that be a separate motion? I'm okay, it won't hurt my feelings if no one else is interested, but I'd like to at least have a thumbs up or thumbs down for it.
What are folks' thoughts? I think it should be a part of the motion approving if we're going to go down that path. Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yeah, I mean, I think we heard testimony that that D90 doesn't maybe not have access to get the noise. Maybe they do. I'm not quite sure, you know, what the access to the pads looks like, because they're Caruso pads, Caruso operations. Perhaps that's an opportunity for us to invite Caruso before us to ask some questions in that regard about their operations. Not quite sure, you know, to me, I don't see that it's necessary, but Commissioner McGowan, if you want to make a motion for that, we can talk about it further. I don't know what the boundaries are for the operator in terms of what they can and can't access on Caruso's operations. Seems to me they're just selling them gas.
Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually do think that's right. I think that the D90 is just selling this business Crusoe gas or electricity, but perhaps just gas. And so really in that light, it's a local land use decision as to decide whether it's compatible to adjacent uses or not. And so I don't know as we actually have the ability to ask for that, because it's not directly related to an oil and gas activity. I mean, I know this is gray, and I've asked questions around this. It still seems a little weird to me that we're kind of getting into the electricity generation world here, but and I would like to have future discussions about that and beneficial use and so on and so forth. But I don't know if we could ask for noise requirements in this particular instance.
Commissioner McGowan?
Thanks, I appreciate the feedback from my fellow commissioners, and I think I'll take Commissioner Gonzalez's point and invite Caruso to come talk to us about what they're doing and how it relates to some of our operators.
Okay, with that, we have a motion on the table. I think we're searching for the elusive second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the variance based upon the language that AAG Davenport put together. And we have a second. Is there further discussion? Commissioner Najapa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly that just for the benefit of folks listening, I appreciated, some of the comments that came from our public commenters, and, would acknowledge that this is a very unique situation, and all of the other points that were raised by my fellow commissioners earlier. I think this is not the type of variance, especially as it relates to flaring, now that we're beyond the time frame that we've specified in the SBP, that will be a regular occurrence. And so I just wanted to note that for the record, and note that this is a very unique circumstance, and but I'm comfortable in supporting it given all the sideboards that we've put forward.
Further discussion? All right, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Neslin. Thank you to your client for the presentations. We will look forward to hearing back from you based upon the outcome of this proceeding.
Thank you very much, commissioners.
Okay, commissioners, with that, we have concluded the business on our docket today. I would note that we have a docket starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. We will take up the Verdad Resource OGDP at 9:05, and then we will take up the continuance of the Longs Peak OGDP at 10 a.m. With that, I believe I'm looking for a motion to adjourn. And Agent Davenport, does the motion need to say to come back tomorrow, or can we just adjourn?
I think technically we would normally say come back tomorrow, since the hearing will still be going on tomorrow.
Move to adjourn until tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Second.
Motion second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. See you in the morning. Thanks, everybody.